Chapter 1764. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could guess the identity of the middle-aged man who was glaring at him with hostility. It was Zhao Deng, the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion. He was also Zhao Ji's father. The reason Duan Lingtian was able to recognize him with just a glance was due to his 60 to 70% resemblance to Zhao Ji. It was difficult for him not to recognize him. After guessing the other party's identity, Duan Lingtian did not find it strange that Zhao Deng was glaring at him with hostility. He and Zhao Ji were already like fire and water. It was only normal for Zhao Deng to be displeased with him. As for the other two middle-aged men, Duan Lingtian could guess their identities as well. They must be the other two vice mansion masters of external affairs other than Zhao Deng. There were a total of 9 vice mansion masters in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Other than the 4 vice mansion masters who were the palace masters of the Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow Palaces, there were another 5 vice mansion masters who were in charge of the Mystical Sky Mansion's external affairs. They were usually stationed outside and would only return to the Mystical Sky Mansion to rest and guard the main mansion when they were on duty. Zhao Deng was one of them. Lord Mansion Master. Soon after, with Zhu Luqi, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace, in the lead, everyone bowed at Mansion Master Meng Qing one after another. Some of the Saint Stage disciples, in particular, were so excited that they could not stop trembling when they found out the middle-aged man before them was the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was extremely calm even though this was his first time meeting Mansion Master Meng Qing. Yes. Meng Qing nodded his head nonchalantly when faced with everyone's greetings. Then he shifted his gaze to Zhu Luqi. To be more precise, he was looking at Zhu Luqi and the people from Heaven Palace. Who's Lingtian? Meng Qing asked after a while. The moment he opened his mouth, he was looking for Duan Lingtian. At once, many pairs of eyes could not help but shift to Duan Lingtian as though they were telling Meng Qing who he was. This is the Lingtian you're looking for. Mansion Master. Duan Lingtian stepped forward and nodded at Meng Qing as a form of greeting. Previously, he had addressed Zhu Luqi as Hall Master. Now, he addressed Meng Qing as Manor Head. This was a habit that he had developed at some point in time. In his heart, the people that appeared before him were all people that he would surpass one by one. When facing these people, it was truly difficult for him to respectfully address them as Lord, like the others. How dare you! All of a sudden, Zhao Deng, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, shouted furiously. His sharp gaze landed on Duan Lingtian. If his gaze could turn into a blade, he would have cut Duan Lingtian into pieces. Lingnan, how dare you address the Lord Mansion Master as Mansion Master when you see him? Don't tell me you don't know any etiquette? It was not easy for Zhao Deng to find an opportunity to openly make things difficult for Duan Lingtian. Naturally, he would not let it go. Or are you saying that you, Lingtian, have no respect for the Mansion Master at all? The moment Zhao Deng's words left his mouth, the entire place burst into an uproar. Many people felt Zhao Deng was nitpicking. However, there were also many people who felt Zhao Deng's words made sense. It was inappropriate for Duan Lingtian to address Duan Lingtian as Mansion Master. Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng is Zhao Ji's father. Usually, it's not appropriate for him to lower himself to make things difficult for Lingtian. However, now that he's seized this opportunity, I'm afraid he won't let it go so easily. This should be considered as using his position to avenge a personal grudge, right? Not really. After all, it's indeed inappropriate for Lingtian to address Lord Mansion Master as Mansion Master. That's right. Lord Mansion Master is the leader of our Mystical Sky Mansion. It's indeed a little disrespectful for Lingtian to address him as Mansion Master. Regardless of the whispers in the surroundings, there were even more people who looked at Duan Lingtian with pity in their eyes. This was because Zhao Deng's words were perfectly justified. Nobody could refute it since it would be considered as disrespectful to the Lord Mansion Master. This fellow, junior brother Lingtian. Wang Feixian and Wang Pai broke out in cold sweat on Duan Lingtian's behalf. This was because Duan Lingtian was currently in a dire situation. Due to Zhao Deng's actions, to a certain extent, he had the moral high ground. Coupled with the fact that he had struck first in front of the Lord Mansion Master, it was extremely disadvantageous to Duan Lincoln. Lord Mansion Master, junior brother Ling Tian, is definitely not like what Vice Mansion Master Zhao said. Gu Li was also anxious at this moment. He quickly tried to defend Duan Ling Tian. Before Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, could even speak, Zhao Deng had already snorted coldly. Gu Li, I know you're close to Ling Tian, but you've crossed the line by defending him at this moment. Don't tell me you're the one who taught him to be disrespectful to Lord Mansion Master? Zhao Deng's words even dragged Gu Li into this matter. It was truly vicious. Gu Li was so infuriated that his expression turned grave. His eyes gleamed fiercely. What a great disrespect to the Mansion Master. What a big accusation. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian opened his mouth. He looked at Zhao Deng with a mocking smile on his face as he said unhurriedly, Vice Mansion Master Zhao, right? I'd like to ask you, which rule in the Mystical Sky Mansion states that one must address the Mansion Master as Lord Mansion Master instead of addressing him as Mansion Master? Even if there's no such rule, it's only right to address Lord Mansion Master as Lord Mansion Master. That's basic courtesy. You're disrespecting Lord Mansion Master by addressing him as Mansion Master directly. Zhao Deng snorted coldly again as he said in an overbearing manner. Vice Mansion Master Zhao, since you keep saying I don't respect the Mansion Master, I'll let you know that I really don't respect the Mansion Master. Duan Ling Tian laughed out loud before he continued to speak in a carefree manner. Silence. The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Only Duan Ling Tian's laughter could be heard. Apart from Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, everyone, including Zhao Deng, was stunned. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian would suddenly say such a thing. Meng Qing looked at Duan Ling Tian quietly. His expression did not change at all. No one knew what was on his mind. What is he trying to do? Wang Feixian was so worried that she was flustered. When she regained her senses, horror dawned on her face. She was so anxious that her heart almost stopped beating. Junior brother Ling Tian. Gu Li's face was pale as well. He did not expect his junior brother Ling Tian to be so valiant. He actually dared to say something like, I really don't respect the Mansion Master. Wasn't this the same as asking for a gun? In his opinion, such an action was no different from suicide. Even the palace masters of the Heaven, Earth, Mystical and Yellow Palaces and the Vice Palace Masters behind them could not help but frown. They could not figure out why Duan Ling Tian would say something so disrespectful. Duan Ling Tian did not seem like a reckless person. Disrespectful. Disrespectful. At this moment, Zhao Deng finally regained his senses. Initially, he thought Duan Ling Tian would refute him. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to cooperate with him. It was as though Duan Ling Tian was afraid he would not die quickly enough. Ling Tian, you're disrespectful to Lord Mansion Master. You're no longer qualified to stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Zhao Deng looked at Duan Ling Tian with an indignant expression on his face. It was as though he had done something righteous. Vice Mansion Master Zhao, it doesn't seem like it's up to you to decide whether I'm qualified to stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion or not, right? Moreover, I haven't even finished speaking, and you're already in a hurry to say that I'm disrespectful. Don't you think you're being too presumptuous? Duan Ling Tian interrupted Zhao Deng with a mocking smile on his face. You even dare to say that you don't respect Lord Mansion Master. Don't tell me you think you'll be able to stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion? Zhao Deng sneered. I've already said that I haven't finished speaking. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Zhao Deng indifferently before he looked at Meng Qing, the person in question, and said confidently, It's true that I don't take the Mansion Master seriously, but I do. Otherwise, I wouldn't have provided such important information to Lord Mansion Master. Don't you think so, Mansion Master? When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Meng Qing with a smile on his face. You're twisting words. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Zhao Deng's expression turned grave. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would bring up the matter of the Rising Sky Mansion. Although he knew he had managed to get past Duan Ling Tian, he was still a little unwilling. Alright, that's enough. Just as Zhao Deng had expected, after hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the mansion master really did personally stop this farce and said, "It's just a title. Some people keep calling me Lord, but they don't seem to respect me at all. Some people don't call me that, but they treat me as a big deal more than others." Based on Meng Qing's words, it was obvious he agreed with Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, it was as though he had given Zhao Deng a tight slap. Damn it. Originally, Zhao Ji thought his father would be able to expel Duan Lingtian from the mystical sky mansion by making things difficult for Duan Lingtian. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian would bring up the matter of the rising sky mansion. He knew very well how important this matter was to the mystical sky mansion. It was definitely a great merit. With this great merit, Lord Mansion Master would definitely not allow his father to expel Lingtian. However, although he knew this, he was still unwilling to accept this. Information? What's that? I'm not sure. However, it must be some important information. I don't know what it is exactly. Among the people present on the scene, apart from Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, and the 7 Vice Mansion Masters, only Duan Lingtian, Gu Li, and Zhao Ji knew what was going on. The others, on the other hand, did not know anything. They could not figure out what the information Duan Lingtian was talking about. No matter what, the farce ended peacefully. Even most of the people present on the scene found it unbelievable. However, this was how it ended. At the same time, the people who were worried for Duan Lingtian's side in relief one after another. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, along with a series of noises that resonated abruptly, the clouds above everyone's head began to disperse, revealing a vacuum. And in this vacuum area, a small vortex appeared. As the noises grew louder, the tiny whirlpool grew bigger as well. Chapter 1765. It's open. It's the entrance to the St. Martial Secret Zone. The St. Martial Secret Zone has opened. When the gigantic whirlpool appeared in the sky and the suction force swept down, most of the people present on the scene shifted their attention from Duan Lingtian to the whirlpool in the sky. To be more precise, their attention was shifted to the entrance of the St. Martial Secret Zone. This is the entrance to the St. Martial Secret Zone M? Duan Lingtian raised his head and looked at the whirlpool in the sky. The suction force that extended from it seemed as though it was going to suck him in. However, although the suction force was not weak, it could not suck him in without his permission. It was the same for the others as well. I'm sure all of you have heard about the St. Martial Secret Zone, so I won't explain it to you. I only hope all of you will be able to gain something in the St. Martial Secret Zone. In the St. Martial Secret Zone, death is not real death. However, once you die, you'll be sent out of the St. Martial Secret Zone. Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, said calmly, "For this reason, if it's possible, I hope all of you will cherish your lives in the St. Martial Secret Zone. You'll only be able to obtain more things if you stay alive. The Divine Ability Relics inside have their corresponding tests. The higher the grade of the Divine Ability Relic, the more difficult the corresponding test will be. Since the St. Martial Secret Zone only allows those below the age of 40 to enter, all of you will have to depend on yourselves." The moment Meng Qing's words left his mouth, Zhu Luqi, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace, was the first to turn around and look at the 10 Heaven Palace's disciples, including Duan Lingtian. In a while, when all of you are sucked in, you'll feel as though your divine consciousness is being sucked away. Don't panic. That's because the St. Martial Secret Zone is projecting your clones that will be wandering inside. It's precisely because of the St. Martial Secret Zones projecting your clones that you won't really die even if you die inside. Of course, if your clones die, your divine consciousness will return to your original body and you'll be kicked out of the St. Martial Secret Zone. Just like what Lord Mansion Master said earlier, if you want to gain something, you'll have to cherish your lives inside even if it's just your clones. Alright, all of you can go in now. Relax your bodies. The St. Martial Secret Realm will send you in one by one. As Zhu Luqi's words left his mouth, many of the Heavenly Hall's disciples relaxed their bodies. The moment they relaxed their bodies began to rise until they disappeared into the huge vortex in the sky. It was as if they had been swallowed by a giant beast with its bloody mouth wide open. Of course, not all of the Heavenly Palace's disciples entered. Duan Lingtian, Wang Feixian, Lu Jian, and Zhao Ji hadn't gone in yet. "What are you doing?" Seeing this, Zhu Luqi couldn't help but frown. Zhao Ji glared at Duan Lingtian coldly. He then relaxed his body and entered the Saint Martial Secret Zone. "I heard that after entering the Saint Martial Secret Zone, everyone will be sent to unknown places. For this reason, before the three of us meet up, try not to have any conflicts with the others. Even if there's any clues about the Divine Ability Relic, don't explore it alone." Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Wang Feixian and Lu Jian as a reminder. Since he had already decided to work together with the two of them, he naturally didn't want the two of them to meet with misfortune and be eliminated before they met up with him. "All right," Wang Feixian replied. Lu Jian quickly replied as well. Then, the three of them relaxed their bodies and allowed the vortex at the entrance of the Saint Martial Secret Zone that looked like a giant beast's mouth to swallow them. After being swallowed, Duan Lingtian felt his vision darken. His divine consciousness trembled as it was pulled out of his body by a mysterious force. It shot toward an unknown place at an extremely fast speed. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian discovered his divine consciousness had returned to his body. When he opened his eyes, Duan Lingtian sensed the clone that was exactly the same as his main body. He did not notice anything amiss at all. If it was not for the fact that the spatial ring on his hand was no longer there, he would not have been able to tell if this was his main body or his clone. Everything was so natural. He did not feel anything was wrong at all. Before entering the Saint Martial Secret Zone, Duan Lingtian already knew some of the things that would happen after entering the Saint Martial Secret Zone. This included his clone being projected and the fact that the spatial ring would not appear on his clone. The fact that the spatial ring would not appear on his clone meant that he could not rely on any external forces in the Saint Martial Secret Zone other than his own strength and techniques. Naturally, if he obtained any saint weapons or Dao talismans in the Saint Martial Secret Zone, he could use them. As for the substantial benefits he obtained in the Saint Martial Secret Zone, such as saint weapons and Dao talismans, they would appear next to his main body when he wanted to leave the Saint Martial Secret Zone. The moment he returned to his main body, those items would also leave the Saint Martial Secret Zone with his main body. Naturally, if he died in the Saint Martial Secret Zone, no matter how he died, he would not be able to bring out the substantial benefits he obtained. If one wanted to leave the Saint Martial Secret Zone, there were two other methods other than dying. One of them was to stand still on the spot and try to communicate with the Saint Martial Secret Zone with his divine consciousness so that the Saint Martial Secret Zone would send him out. The other method was to stay in the Saint Martial Secret Zone for 3 months. At that time, no matter where he was in the Saint Martial Secret Zone, he would be forcefully sent out by the Saint Martial Secret Zone. This is the Saint Martial Secret Zone? After looking around, Duan Lingtian realized he was in a forest. All he could see were towering trees. Under the towering trees, there were dense shrubs. Occasionally, there would be some strange noises coming from behind the shrubs as though it was warning him of the danger in this place. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by a roar, a swift black shadow pounced out from the bushes and headed straight for Duan Lingtian. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw the red eyes of the black figure. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a ferocious black wolf. Naturally, it was not an ordinary black wolf. Based on Duan Lingtian's judgment, the black wolf's speed was comparable to an early pristine Saint stage powerhouse. Based on its appearance, it was obvious it was a savage beast. Naturally, a savage beast at this level would not pose any threat to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not even make any movements. With just a thought, the true origin that surged out of his body transformed into more than 10 golden sword rays that soared across the sky and left fatal bloody holes on the black wolf's body. Bang! The black wolf's body fell to the ground, causing dust to fill the air. As soon as Duan Lingtian killed the black wolf, a series of howls reverberated in the air. It seemed to come from all directions. After a while, black figures leaped out from the shrubs around Duan Lingtian. They were savage beasts that looked similar to the black wolf that was lying on the ground. A pack of wolves? Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. He did not expect the death of the black wolf would attract a pack of wolves. Moreover, the wolves in the pack were all at the pristine saint stage. The weakest one was at the early pristine saint stage while some were at the intermediate pristine saint stage. However, to Duan Lingtian, there was no difference between the early pristine saint stage and the intermediate pristine saint stage. As the sun true origin in his body surged out, rays of golden sword rays swept across the sky. The black wolves fell one by one, and their blood flowed like a river. The death of these black wolves did not scare the rest of the black wolves away. Instead, it stimulated the bloodlust in their bones, causing them to become even crazier as they charged toward Duan Lingtian one after another. However, no matter how crazed they were, there was only one ending for them, and that was death. In the end, even the Wolf King appeared. It was a black wolf that had a lot of golden fur on its body. Its size was 3 times bigger than an ordinary black wolf, and its cultivation base was at the peak of the pristine saint stage. However, so what if it was at the peak of the pristine saint stage? With Duan Lingtian's current strength that was even stronger than an early eminent saint stage existence, killing a wild beast at the peak of the pristine saint stage was as easy as killing a chicken or cutting grass. With the death of the Wolf King, the battle had finally come to an end. Are these real savage beasts or are they illusory savage beasts in the illusory formation? This was something that even Duan Lingtian was not certain about. This was because he felt that everything that he came into contact with earlier did not seem fake at all. As for his clone, he did not think that it was fake. This was the reason why he had such doubts. Let's look around and see if I can meet them. When Duan Lingtian thought of Wang Feixian and Lu Jian, he soared up into the air and flew above the forest. He found a direction and moved forward rapidly. Along the way, there were many bird-type savage beasts that attacked him. However, all of them died in his hands in the end. The weakest bird-type savage beasts were only at the peak of the pristine saint stage. They were not a threat to Duan Lingtian at all. I wonder where the rest of them are. When he finally left the forest, what appeared in front of Duan Lingtian was a boundless grassland. A wry smile appeared on his face immediately. How big was this Saint Martial secret zone? While the 10 Heaven Palace's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, were wandering around the Saint Martial secret zone, the 30 Saint Stage disciples from the other 3 palaces had also entered the Saint Martial secret zone one after another at the entrance of the Saint Martial secret zone in the main mansion of Mystical Sky Mansion. At this moment, only the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials were left outside. Zhao Deng, I heard there seems to be quite a conflict between your son and Ling Tian. If they meet inside, I'm afraid your son will be in big trouble. Qian Pingxing, the palace master of Yellow Palace, looked at Zhao Deng and chuckled. Although they were both vice mansion masters of Mystical Sky Mansion, Qian Pingxing was from the same generation as Zhao Deng's father. For this reason, he usually treated Zhao Deng as though he was facing a junior. Upon hearing Qian Pingxing's words, Zhao Deng's eyes widened immediately. Chapter 1766. Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples could only enter the Mystical Sky Mansion's Saint Martial secret zone once in their lifetime. This was because the interval between the second opening of the Saint Martial secret zone was extremely long. It was impossible for a Saint Stage disciple below the age of 40 to enter it more than twice. Due to this reason, Zhao Deng really hoped his son would be able to find a high-grade divine ability relic in the Saint Martial secret zone and memorize the divine ability contained in it so that he could comprehend it when he broke through to the divine saint stage. In that case, his son would be able to rise rapidly. It would not be impossible for him to become the next mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion. However, when he heard Qian Pingxing's words, he began to worry. Based on the conflict between Ling Tian and his son, if they bumped into each other in the Saint Martial secret zone, Ling Tian would definitely not show mercy. He might even kill his son directly. If his son was killed in the Saint Martial secret zone, although he would not really die, he would be kicked out of the Saint Martial secret zone and lose the chance to comprehend the divine ability contained in the high-grade divine ability relic. This was something he did not want to see. Due to this reason, Zhao Deng's expression turned grave as he said through gritted teeth, "If he dares to affect my son's comprehension of the divine ability relic because of a personal grudge, my Zhao clan will definitely not let him go." At this moment, Zhao Deng seemed to have lost his mind. It was as though he had completely forgotten that the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Meng Qing, was right next to him. Humph. As expected, Meng Qing snorted coldly as soon as he heard Zhao Deng's words. His sharp gaze instantly landed on Zhao Deng. "Vice Mansion Master Zhao, don't forget the rule our Mystical Sky Mansion set for the St. Martial Secret Zone. It's allowed to kill each other in the St. Martial Secret Zone since nobody knows what's going on inside. After all, nobody could be certain if there was a third person present when two people met in the St. Martial Secret Zone. Under such circumstances, even if one was not eliminated by one's fellow disciple, one could still slander one's fellow disciple after being kicked out of the St. Martial Secret Zone. Although the person who was slandered could swear on the lightning penalty oath in the end to prove his innocence, that was undoubtedly an extremely insulting thing to do. Even if the person who slandered his fellow disciple had to swear on the lightning penalty oath and not let the person who was slandered swear on the lightning penalty oath, it would still be an insult to the latter. Moreover, even if one was killed in the St. Martial Secret Zone, one would not really die. For this reason, whether it was the Mystical Sky Mansion or the other quasi-third-rate forces, they all tacitly agreed that their fellow disciples would kill each other in the St. Martial Secret Zone. Those who were kicked out could only say that their skills were not up to par. Those who were kicked out were usually weaklings. Such people would have a slim chance of breaking through to the Divine Saint stage and comprehending the divine ability contained in the high-grade divine ability relic. "Lord Manor Lord, I misspoke." Hearing Meng Qing's stern words, Zhao Deng immediately reacted. At the same time, he was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Even if that unfilial son of mine is really killed by Ling Tian and is eliminated from the St. Martial Secret Zone, it can only be attributed to his incompetence. My Zhao clan will definitely not hold a grudge against him and make a move against him. Zhao Deng immediately changed his stance. "I hope you'll keep your word." Meng Qing glanced at Zhao Deng indifferently, causing the latter to feel as though he was sitting on pins and needles. 3 months passed in just a blink of an eye to the Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials present on the scene. For this reason, they were not in a hurry to leave. Instead, they sat cross-legged in the air with their eyes closed as they waited for the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples to come out of the St. Martial Secret Zone one by one. In just a blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, no Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples were eliminated from the St. Martial Secret Zone. "Lord Mansion Lord." At this moment, a voice sounded from afar. After a few moments, an aged figure appeared. It was none other than one of the Mystical Sky Mansion's elders. This Mystical Sky Mansion's elder was the one who was patrolling the main mansion recently. Since he had appeared here to look for the Mansion Lord, he must have something important to tell him. For this reason, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, opened their eyes one after another. Their gazes landed on the Mystical Sky Mansion's elder, causing him to feel uneasy. Although he was a Mystical Sky Mansion's elder, apart from Gu Li, the person with the lowest status among the group of people before him was the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. In front of these people, he did not even dare to breathe loudly. "Lord Mansion Lord, someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion is here." Faced with the attention of the Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, the Mystical Sky Mansion's elder immediately looked at Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, and reported respectfully. "Azure Cloud Mansion?" Upon hearing the Mystical Sky Mansion's elder's words, Meng Qing was not the only one who raised an eyebrow. Even the others could not help but narrow their eyes. The Azure Cloud Mansion was a quasi-third-rate force like the Mystical Sky Mansion. Perhaps, in the past, the Azure Cloud Mansion's strength was not much weaker than the Mystical Sky Mansion's strength. However, the strength of the Azure Cloud Mansion today was completely above the Mystical Sky Mansion. Not only that, but it was also comparable to the Mountain Shade Black Market. All of this was because the Azure Cloud Mansion had a new mansion master with monstrous strength. Under the leadership of the new mansion master, the Azure Cloud Mansion had been rising steadily until today. It had even reached a point where it was comparable to the Mountain Shade black market. Ever since the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion appeared, nobody from the Azure Cloud Mansion had taken the initiative to visit the Mystical Sky Mansion. Due to this reason, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, found it strange. Why did the Azure Cloud Mansion send someone here all of a sudden? Moreover, it was at this moment. "Who's the person who came?" Meng Qing asked in a deep voice as he looked at the Mystical Sky Mansion's elder who came forward to report. "It's Kumi." When the Mystical Sky Mansion's elder mentioned Kumi's name, his voice trembled slightly. "Kumi." Upon hearing the Mystical Sky Mansion's elder's words, other than Meng Qiu who only frowned slightly, horror dawned on the others. Kumi was a notorious person in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Together with another powerful person in the Azure Cloud Mansion, they were known as the Azure Profound Duo. They were the right-hand men of the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. In terms of strength, Kumi and the powerhouse from the Azure Cloud Mansion, Rong Yuan, were not inferior to the two great guardians of the Mystical Sky Mansion. In fact, they might even be slightly stronger. Since Kumi had personally come to the Mystical Sky Mansion, it was definitely not a simple visit. There must be something important. Meng Qing and the others could guess this as well. "Go and invite him here." Meng Qing looked at the Mystical Sky Mansion's elder who came forward to report and ordered. If it was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion who came personally, Meng Qing would have to personally welcome him. However, the person who came was Kumi. He was not qualified for him, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, to personally welcome him. "Yes." The Mystical Sky Mansion's elder responded and left. After he left, apart from Meng Qing and Gu Li, the other Mystical Sky Mansion's vice-mansion masters on the scene could not help but discuss among themselves. Kumi from the Azure Cloud Mansion is a ruthless person. Why did he come to our Mystical Sky Mansion? In the Azure Cloud Mansion, Kumi and Rong Yuan's positions are equivalent to the two great guardians of our Mystical Sky Mansion. There must be something important for him to personally come to our Mystical Sky Mansion. Our Mystical Sky Mansion and the Azure Cloud Mansion don't usually have any interactions. I wonder why he came here. Amidst the discussion, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's vice-mansion masters had a hint of dread in their eyes. Even the strongest among them, Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, was filled with dread when he mentioned Kumi. Although he was from the same era as Kumi, he could not help but shudder when he heard about Kumi's ferocious name. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, most likely, only Mansion Master Meng Qing was capable of defeating Kumi in a one-on-one battle. Soon after, the Mystical Sky Mansion's elder returned. Following him was a skinny old man who was completely covered in a black robe. Wherever the black-robed old man passed by, the air seemed to have turned colder. Apart from Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, the others could only feel chills running down their spines when they saw the black-robed old man. This was because the pressure the black-robed old man gave them was too great. It was so great that they could not bear it. "Greetings, Mansion Master Meng." The black-robed old man cupped his hands slightly at Meng Qing and nodded indifferently as a form of greeting. "Elder Ku, it seems like your strength has improved a lot since the last time we met." Meng Qing exclaimed as he looked at the black-robed old man with a gleam in his eyes. "Mansion Master Meng, please don't tease this old man. Even if I've improved in these few years, I'm still not a match for you, Mansion Master Meng." The black-robed old man was Kumi from the Azure Cloud Mansion. As he stood there, he emitted an oppressive aura. Meng Qing was the only one who could ignore this aura. "May I know the purpose of your visit, Elder Ku?" Meng Qing asked with a smile. He did not take Kumi seriously if he was alone. However, the Azure Cloud Mansion behind Kumi was something he did not dare to offend even if he had a powerful force like the Mystical Sky Mansion under his command. For this reason, he was polite and did not dare to be negligent when he spoke to Kumi. "Mansion Master Meng, I know you're a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. The reason I'm here is to meet the new disciple your mystical sky mansion has recently recruited. Kumi did not beat around the bush and did not beat around the bush. New disciple? The moment Kumi's words left his mouth, Meng Qing and the others were stunned. After a while, a figure appeared in their minds simultaneously. The owner of the figure was none other than Duan Lingtian. Naturally, in the eyes of Meng Qing and the others, the owner of the figure was Lingtian. Elder Ku, are you here for Lingtian? Meng Qing asked bluntly. Yes. Kumi nodded. May I know the purpose of your visit for Lingtian, Elder Ku? Meng Qing asked again. Chapter 1767. Mansion Master Meng and everyone present here. If I'm not mistaken, all of you must think I'm trying to poach your mystical sky mansion's disciple, right? The moment Kumi opened his mouth, one could see he was a straightforward person who did not like to hide anything. Isn't that the case? This time, before Mansion Master Meng Qing of Mystical Sky Mansion could speak, Zhuluqi, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace, had already spoken first with a mocking expression on his face. In fact, Ling Tian was a member of the Heaven Palace. If they wanted to poach his disciple, they would have to ask him, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace, for permission. That's not it. Faced with Zhu Luqi's vigilance, Kumi shook his head. Then, under the stunned gazes of Meng Qing and the others, he said nonchalantly, I came here this time just to meet that genius in your mystical sky mansion. I don't ask for anything else. As long as I meet him, I'll definitely turn around and leave without any hesitation. Kumi, with your lofty position in the Azure Cloud Mansion, we should believe your words. However, since this concerns Ling Tian, we have to be cautious. You keep saying you only want to meet Ling Tian, but how would we know if you're secretly trying to recruit Ling Tian to your Azure Cloud Mansion through voice transmission? Zhu Luqi was not courteous at all when he spoke. At this moment, there was no need for him to be courteous. When Kumi heard Zhu Luqi's words, he snorted coldly. At once, the temperature seemed to have dropped by a few degrees. I, Kumi, am an upright person. I won't stoop so low to do such a thing. Elder Ku, please don't be angry. Palace Master Zhu didn't mean it. After all, he doesn't know you very well. Meng Qing stepped forward in time to smooth things over. Although he was not afraid of Kumi, he had to be wary of the colossus behind Kumi, the Azure Cloud Mansion. Elder Ku, you're a guest from afar. By right, I should receive you properly. However, I can't leave for the time being. I'm sure you know that since 3 days ago, the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial Secret Zone will open in the next 3 months. According to tradition, we'll have to guard this place. Meng Qing added. It's fine. I only need to wait for that Ling Tian to come out and take a look at him before returning to the Azure Cloud Mansion. It was obvious that he planned to stay here with Meng Qing and the others. You? Upon hearing Kumi's words, Zhu Luqi's expression changed drastically. He wanted to say something but was stopped by Meng Qing. Meng Qing replied through voice transmission, I'm sure you've heard a little about Ling Tian. He has a master in the upper province, and he won't be able to stay in the lower province for long. Even if he decides to join the Azure Cloud Mansion, it won't be a huge loss to us. In fact, we even formed a good relationship with him. That little fellow is a righteous and affectionate person. Meng Qing had specially sent someone to verify the matter regarding Ling Tian. At the same time, he also found out about Renfei from the Sky Hurdle Mansion. He found out that the news Renfei told him was personally told by Duan Lingtian. Apart from that, he also found out that Duan Lingtian wanted to work together with Renfei in the St. Martial Secret Zone in order to help Li Feng return the favor. Unfortunately, Renfei did not live up to expectations and did not manage to obtain a spot to enter the St. Martial Secret Zone. He missed a good opportunity to comprehend a high-grade divine ability relic. Upon hearing Meng Qing's voice transmission, Zhu Luqi fell silent and did not say anything else. Just like that, another person was waiting for the 30 Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples to come out of the St. Martial Secret Zone. Currently, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, unaware that one of his father's capable subordinates, Kumi, had already come to the mystical sky mansion and was waiting for him to come out with mansion master Meng Qing and the others. 3 days have passed, and I've only met a few people. Moreover, they're not from the Heaven Palace. After wandering in the St. Martial secret zone for 3 days, many wild beasts had died in the hands of Duan Lingtian. He had also obtained some gains. However, he did not care for those gains. He found them cumbersome, so he did not bring them with him. This was because he was currently a clone. Not only did he not have his spatial ring with him, but he also did not have his 7 treasures exquisite pagoda with him. Due to this reason, no matter what he obtained, he had to personally carry it. It was extremely inconvenient. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something. He narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. He saw a figure flying across the sky in a hurry. In just a blink of an eye, he met up with another person in the distance. After the two of them met up, they seemed to be talking about something. Then, the latter quickly followed the former in the direction the former came from. Due to the distance, they did not notice Duan Lingtian at all. The reason Duan Lingtian was able to see them clearly was, naturally, because he had activated his strange pupil. Activating his strange pupil to look into the distance would not cause too much of a burden to his spiritual energy as long as he did not spend too much time doing it. That person seems to have discovered something. Duan Lingtian could tell something was amiss. Driven by his curiosity, he followed the two of them from afar, wanting to see where they were going. In the beginning, it was still normal for him to follow them. However, after he had followed them for a distance, a gigantic bird-type wild beast shot out from the clouds with a loud cry. Its target was Duan Lingtian. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian, who had activated his divine eye, discovered it was a bird-type wild beast at the Mastery Pristine Saint stage. With just a wave of his hand, he killed it. "I've been discovered." When Duan Lingtian killed the bird-type wild beast, he also noticed the two people in front of him had turned around and were rapidly approaching him. Naturally, the two of them only reacted when the bird-type wild beast appeared. Soon after, Duan Lingtian was exposed in front of the two of them. Lingtian. When the two of them saw Duan Lingtian, their eyes narrowed immediately. Initially, they thought they would meet someone they could work with. It did not cross their mind that they would meet this monster instead. In terms of partners, none of the people who entered the St. Martial secret zone with them could be compared to this person in front of them. However, with this person's strength, there was no need for him to work with them at all. "Did the two of you discover something?" Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and asked with narrowed eyes when he saw the two of them approaching. "No." When the two of them heard Duan Lingtian's words, their expressions turned unnatural. However, they still denied it in unison. What a joke! If Lingtian found out that they had discovered something, would they still have a share in it? Duan Lingtian was not surprised by the two of them's responses. However, he was not angry. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "If that's the case, I'll send the two of you out of here." Initially, when the two of them saw Duan Lingtian smiling, they thought the matter had come to an end. However, before they could heave a sigh of relief, they heard Duan Lingtian's words again. Their faces turned green immediately. Send them out? They knew very well what Duan Lingtian meant. He was planning to kill them and send them out of the St. Martial secret zone. Once they were sent out of the St. Martial secret zone, it would mean that they would no longer be able to obtain the good things in the St. Martial secret zone. This was especially true for the divine ability relics. They would no longer have anything to do with them. "Lingtian, we remembered wrongly just now. We did discover something." Soon after, the two of them looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. After reaching a tacit understanding, one of them quickly looked at Duan Lingtian and tried to salvage the situation. "What is it?" Duan Lingtian asked. "It's a very strange place. There seems to be more than one formation in there. I suspect there's a divine ability relic in there," the person replied. "There's a possibility. Divine ability relic?" Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. At the same time, he glanced at the two of them indifferently. "Lead the way." Although Duan Lingtian spoke to them calmly, they still felt pressured in their hearts. This fellow in front of them was not a kind person. This could be seen from how he had slapped Zhao Ji twice in public not long ago. Who was Zhao Ji? He was Vice Mansion Master Zhao's only son. He was Guardian Zhao's grandson. In the mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Ji was definitely the strongest person among the second generation. However, such a person was slapped twice by Ling Tian in public. Based on this, one could see how ruthless Ling Tian was. Faced with such a ruthless person, they had no choice but to accept it. Due to this reason, the two of them did not dare to play any tricks as they continued to lead the way. They knew if they dared to play any tricks, they might be killed and kicked out of the St. Martial secret zone in the next moment. This was not something they wanted to see. Tell me what you all know in detail. Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently along the way. I'm the only one who has been to that place for now. As soon as I entered, I encountered 3 powerful wild beasts at the peak of the pristine Saint stage. Moreover, they knew how to attack together instinctively. If it wasn't for the fact that I managed to escape in time, I would have died there. The person who spoke earlier continued to say, after I escaped, I started to look around to see if there's anyone I can work with. Then, I met Pengtsen. Pengtsen is also a mystical palace's disciple like me. Our cultivation bases are on par with each other. For this reason, when I saw him, I immediately explained the situation to him and convinced him to work with me. As he spoke, he looked at the other young man next to him and introduced himself to Duan Linghan. I'm Hu Rui, and I'm also a mystical palace's disciple. Isn't that Zhao Ji? At this moment, Pengtsen's gaze landed in the distance. After being stunned for a moment, he could not help but exclaim in a low voice. At the same time, he instinctively retracted his gaze and looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was standing nearby. He thought to himself, don't tell me this Ling Tian killed Zhao Ji? The moment he thought of this, he felt chills running up his spine. Zhao Ji! As soon as Pengtsen's words left his mouth, Duan Ling Tian followed his gaze and looked over. With just a glance, he saw Zhao Ji, who was flying past in the distance. When he looked over, Zhao Ji happened to notice him as well. Horror dawned on him immediately. Damn it! Why did I encounter him? When Zhao Ji saw Duan Ling Tian, he did not have time to think about anything. The first thought that came to his mind was to run. Damn it! Why am I so unlucky? The St. Martial secret zone is so big, and I've only been here for 3 days, and I've already encountered this fellow. Chapter 1768. The moment Duan Ling Tian saw Zhao Ji, he could not help but sigh inwardly at how small the world was. In the 3 days since he entered the St. Martial secret zone, he had not met more than 10 people. However, it just so happened that Zhao Ji was among these 10 people. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit that he and Zhao Ji were fated to meet. Otherwise, how could he have met Zhao Ji so quickly in this vast and boundless St. Martial secret zone? Trying to run? Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses when he saw Zhao Ji fleeing as though his life depended on it. A hint of a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and a playful gleam could be seen in his eyes. One must admit that Zhao Ji was very fast. How could he not be fast? No matter what, Zhao Ji was an intermediate refined Saint stage martial cultivator. In just a blink of an eye, Zhao Ji's silhouette had already disappeared from Hu Rui and Pengtsen's sight. However, Zhao Ji's silhouette was particularly clear in the sight of Duan Lingtian's strange pupil. He was getting further and further away. Wait for me here. If you dare to run, you'll have to bear the consequences. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Hu Rui and Pengtsen indifferently before he moved and disappeared from their sight in just a blink of an eye. He chased after Zhao Ji at an even faster speed. In just a few moments, Duan Ling Tian's silhouette disappeared from Hu Rui and Pengtsen's sight. Are we running or not? Both of them looked at each other and asked through voice transmission in unison. Then, both of them reached a tacit agreement and swiftly moved in another direction. We can't go in the same direction. We must go in another direction and return after a few days. Otherwise, that Ling Tian will definitely catch up to us. Since he's chasing after Zhao Ji, we'll have enough time to avoid him if we go in a different direction. They did not stand there foolishly and wait for Duan Ling Tian to return. They were not stupid. If Duan Ling Tian returned, Would they still have a share in the place where the divine ability relic was hidden? On the other side, Zhao Ji's back was becoming clearer and clearer in Duan Lingtian's line of sight. This also meant that he was getting closer and closer to Zhao Ji. Initially, Duan Lingtian was chasing after Zhao Ji at the peak of the refined saint stage. However, now that he had left Hu Rui and Peng Tsun's line of sight, he no longer held back. He unleashed all of his Sun True origin as he charged forward at an even faster speed. His current speed was comparable to an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator. Duan Lingtian's figure was like a cannonball that was shot out of the barrel or a bolt of lightning that swept across the sky. In just a blink of an eye, he had passed Zhao Ji and appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Shua. When he saw a figure appear in front of him, Zhao Ji's expression changed. When he finally managed to stop himself and saw the person blocking his way, his face turned completely green. Lingtian. Great young Master Zhao, we meet again. Unlike Zhao Ji who was panting, Duan Lingtian acted as though nothing had happened. He looked at Zhao Ji with a calm expression as he said calmly. When he spoke, he slowly took a step forward and gradually closed in on Zhao Ji. With every step he took, Zhao Ji would be so frightened that he would take a step back. However, the distance between the two of them was getting smaller and smaller. Lingtian, what are you trying to do? Zhao Ji looked at Duan Lingtian with a grave expression. If you dare to touch me, my Zhao clan won't let you get away with it when we get out of here. It was apparent Zhao Ji had also realized the danger he was facing. He began to threaten Duan Lingtian. However, he did not think about it. If Duan Lingtian was afraid of the Zhao clan, would he have slapped him twice in public? His actions that day were enough to prove Duan Lingtian was not afraid of the Zhao clan at all. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap rang in the air. Duan Lingtian appeared before Zhao Ji like a ghost and gave him a resounding slap. Half of Zhao Ji's face swelled up. Although it's just a clone, it doesn't feel any different from the main body. That slap felt so good. When Zhao Ji's expression changed drastically, and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, Duan Lingtian looked at the palm of the hand that slapped Zhao Ji and blew on it before he said in a slightly intoxicated manner, "You're right." You? Zhao Ji's expression darkened. He still wanted to say something. Slap. Another slap. Just like the previous time, Zhao Ji's face swelled up like a pig's head. Great young Master Zhao, it seems like you haven't learned your lesson. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhao Ji with a smile as he spoke unhurriedly. However, in Zhao Ji's eyes, his smile was no different from the devil's. Lington, you better think this through. However, this time, Zhao Ji did not keep his mouth shut. Instead, he warned in a deep voice, the situation this time is completely different from the previous time. If you dare to touch me here and kick me out of the Saint Martial secret zone, our Zhao clan will lose the opportunity to obtain a high-grade divine ability. At that time, you and our Zhao clan will have an irreconcilable enmity. The sect leader already knows about this, so it's impossible for him to accept you as his direct disciple, let alone his last disciple. Without the sect leader's protection, even if you have a good relationship with Gu Li, you won't be able to withstand the wrath of our Zhao clan. If you let me go today, we'll forget about the matter of you slapping me twice and the previous incident. Our Zhao clan will no longer make things difficult for you and will no longer do anything to you. In order to survive in the Saint Martial secret zone, Zhao Ji chose to be tough first before being soft. As for the words he said after that, naturally, he was just trying to fool Duan Lingtian so that Duan Lingtian would not make a move on him. If Duan Lingtian made a move on him, he would definitely die. Even if it was just a clone in the Saint Martial secret zone and he would not really die, he would still be kicked out of the Saint Martial secret zone and would not be able to search for a high-grade divine ability relic. That sounds good. After listening to Zhao Ji's words, Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. When Zhao Ji saw Duan Lingtian seem to be moved, he struck while the iron was hot and said, "Lingtian, I believe you're a smart person. You know it's always better to have one more friend than one more enemy. If you let me go today, I, Zhao Ji, am willing to be your friend. My Zhao clan will also be your friend." Be friends with you? Be friends with the Zhao clan? Duan Lingtian looked at Zhao Ji with a smile. Zhao Ji smiled as well. He thought Duan Lingtian was only acting this way because he was happy. However, in his heart he swore, "Lingdan, I'll let you be happy for now. Once we're out of here, my Zhao clan will spare no expense to kill you. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested." Instantly, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face vanished and was replaced by a face that seemed to be covered in a layer of frost. Upon seeing this, Zhao Ji's expression changed drastically. He immediately turned around and tried to escape. However, could he escape? Duan Lingtian raised his hand and the Sun True Origin surged out. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into a golden light sword that shot toward Zhao Ji, who had turned around. Facing Duan Lingtian, Zhao Ji did not have any intention of fighting. Moreover, his back was completely exposed in front of Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Duan Lingtian only needed one strike to kill Zhao Ji. The golden sword ray flashed and cut Zhao Ji's body into two. The bloody scene did not appear. At the instant Zhao Ji's body was cut into two, the two halves of his body disappeared into thin air as though they had never appeared in this world. It was only a clone after all. Naturally, there would not be a bloody scene. He's already eliminated after only 3 days in here. I'm afraid Zhao Ji is the strongest person among the 30 Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples. After killing Zhao Ji, a smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. At the same time, Zhao Ji's divine consciousness that was destroyed also returned to his body. As soon as it returned to his body was shrouded by a powerful force and was directly pushed out of the Saint Martial Secret Zone. The entrance to the Saint Martial Secret Zone was the gigantic whirlpool. It was also the exit of the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Whether it was entering or exiting, one would have to pass through it. At this moment, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials was waiting here. Apart from the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, there was also a sturdy young man and a black-robed old man. The former was none other than Gu Li. The latter was none other than Kumi. At this moment, the group of people was sitting cross-legged in the air with their eyes closed. All of a sudden, as though they had sensed something, the group of people opened their eyes one after another and looked at the gigantic whirlpool above their heads. It's only been 3 days and someone's already eliminated? Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, frowned slightly. At this moment, the 4 palace masters looked at each other and prayed in their hearts that it was not a disciple from their respective palaces. After all, to be eliminated from the Saint Martial Secret Zone in just 3 days was undoubtedly a very humiliating matter. Whichever palace had such a disciple, that palace would also be humiliated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. No matter what the 4 palace masters were thinking, as the whirlpool spun rapidly, a figure finally appeared before their eyes. When the figure completely appeared, everyone, apart from Kumi, was stunned. After a while, Zhao Deng, one of the vice mansion masters of Mystical Sky Mansion, was the first to regain his senses. The instant he regained his senses, horror dawned on his face as he cried out. It did not cross Zhao Deng's mind that in just 3 days, the first person to be eliminated from the Saint Martial Secret Zone was actually his son. It's Zhao Ji! How's this possible? Not only is Zhao Ji a Heaven Palace's disciple, but his cultivation base is also at the intermediate refined saint stage. How did he come out of the Saint Martial Secret Zone so quickly? With his strength, it shouldn't be possible. In the history of our Mystical Sky Mansion, the fastest intermediate refined saint stage disciple to come out of the Saint Martial Secret Zone seemed to have lasted for 1.5 months. However, Zhao Ji came out in just 3 days. He's completely broken that record. I'm afraid Zhao Ji's name will go down in the history of our Mystical Sky Mansion. The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's vice mansion masters whispered among themselves as they looked at Zhao Ji with a hint of pity. Perhaps Zhao Ji's name would go down in history, but it would not be a good name. Chapter 1769. Why? Zhao Deng was completely stunned as he looked at his son. Not even in his wildest dreams did he expect his son would be the first to be eliminated from the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Before Ling Tian entered the Mystical Sky Mansion, his son was one of the strongest people among the younger generation in the mystical sky mansion. In terms of strength, he was more powerful than 90% of the people who entered this time. However, in just 3 days' time, his son was eliminated. On the other hand, Zhao Ji's expression was extremely grave when he came out. His eyes were filled with rage. Ling Tian, I won't let you go. I won't let you go. Horror dawned on Zhao Deng's face when he heard Zhao Ji's roar. The thing he was most worried about had happened. His son had encountered Ling Tian in the St. Martial secret zone and was eliminated. Old Qian, your big mouth. At this moment, many people looked at the Yellow Palace's palace master, Qian Pingxing. They felt that Qian Pingxing's mouth was too accurate. This was because Qian Pingxing had previously told Zhao Deng what would happen if Zhao Ji encountered Ling Tian. Now, as expected, Zhao Ji had encountered Ling Tian. Moreover, he was most likely eliminated by Ling Tian. The space in the St. Martial secret zone is so vast. In just 3 days, I'm afraid only a few people will encounter each other. Zhao Ji, on the other hand, was coincidentally encountered by Ling Tian. Should I say that they're fated, or should I say that enemies often cross each other's path? The palace master of Earth Palace sighed. Isn't it obvious that enemies often cross each other's path? The palace master of Mystical Palace gloated. Only the palace master of Heaven Palace had a grave expression on his face. No matter what, Zhao Ji was still his Heaven Palace's disciple. However, when he recalled that Ling Tian was also his Heaven Palace's disciple, his expression softened a little. All that was left on his face was a wry smile. Could he blame Ling Tian? Of course not. Putting himself in Ling Tian's shoes, if he was in Ling Tian's shoes and encountered Zhao Ji, he would not have shown mercy either. Father, it was that Ling Tian who killed my clone and eliminated me. I want to kill him. I want to kill him. At the same time, Zhao Ji finally came back to his senses. He immediately looked at Zhao Deng and said with gritted teeth. His tone was full of hatred, as if he would not be at ease until Duan Ling Tian was dead. Hearing what Zhao Ji said, the expressions of the people present, with the exception of Meng Qing and Ku Mi, all changed. Although Meng Qing's expression did not change, his face darkened. Someone had threatened to slaughter a fellow disciple in front of him. But at the same time that Meng Qing's expression darkened, the crisp sound of a slap was heard. It was Zhao Deng who had arrived before Zhao Ji and slapped him. Half of his face was swollen. Zhao Ji stared at his father before him, completely dumbfounded. Earlier, in the St. Martial secret zone, he had suffered 2 slaps from Ling Tian. Now that he had come out, he thought he would be comforted by his father. However, he did not expect to be slapped by his father instead. At this moment, Zhao Ji felt there was no meaning in living in this world anymore. Idiot! Lord Mansion Master is present, and yet, you dare to say such words? At this moment, Zhao Deng's voice transmission entered Zhao Ji's ears, causing him to regain his senses. When he regained his senses and looked at Mansion Master Meng Qing, he saw the latter's gaze was filled with coldness. It scared him so much that his face turned pale immediately. Bastard! At this moment, Zhao Deng began to curse at Zhao Ji. What nonsense are you talking about? Even if you were eliminated by Ling Tian in the St. Martial secret zone, you can only blame yourself for being inferior. Who else can you blame? If Zhao Ji still did not know his father was trying to help him, he would be so stupid that no medicine could cure him. Father, it's my fault. I was foolish. It's my fault for being inferior. Zhao Ji quickly chimed in. Although he knew Zhao Deng and his father were putting on an act, since both of them had already said so, it was not appropriate for Meng Qing to say anything even though he was the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Zhao Ji, although you've been eliminated, you've still stayed in there for 3 days. How was it? Did you manage to comprehend a divine ability relic during these 3 days? Gu Li asked as he looked at Zhao Ji gloatingly. When Gu Li's words entered Zhao Ji's ears, it was no different from adding fuel to the fire. It caused Zhao Ji's anger to soar, and it was about to erupt at any time. However, Zhao Ji also noticed that when Gu Li spoke, everyone, including his father, was looking at him as though they wanted to know if he had comprehended a divine ability relic or not. No! Zhao Ji gritted his teeth and shook his head. How could he have comprehended a divine ability relic in just 3 days? Moreover, he did not even see the shadow of a divine ability relic. That's really a pity. Gu Li let out a long sigh. It sounded as if he was truly feeling pity for Zhao Ji. However, if one were to take a closer look, one would discover that the gloating expression in Gu Li's eyes had become even more intense. Ling Tian. From the beginning until the end, Ku Mi had been watching this farce from the sidelines. However, when he heard the name Ling Tian, he could not help but feel a ripple in his heart. After all, the purpose of his trip was to look for that young man. To be more precise, he wanted to confirm if that young man was the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Father, that Ling Tian has gone too far. I want him dead. I must kill him. Zhao Ji looked at Zhao Deng and roared through voice transmission. Don't worry. He destroyed your chance to comprehend a divine ability relic. To our Zhao clan, this is a great humiliation. It's also a blood feud. As long as our Zhao clan exists, we won't let him live in this world. When Zhao Deng replied through voice transmission, his tone was so cold that it sounded as though it came from an ice cave. It sent chills down one's spine. Zhao Deng's anger was no less than Zhao Ji's when his son was kicked out of the St. Martial Secret Zone. In fact, every Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple only had one chance to enter the St. Martial Secret Zone in their lifetime. Since Ling Tian had kicked his son out of the St. Martial Secret Zone, it meant his son's chance to comprehend a divine ability relic had been cut off. If it wasn't for that Ling Tian, my son would have been able to comprehend a high-grade divine ability relic. As long as he memorizes the divine ability, he'll have a chance to master it when he breaks through to the divine saint stage in the future. However, everything has been destroyed by that Ling Tian. The moment Zhao Deng thought of this, the flame of hatred in the depth of his eyes seemed to be able to burn everything. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of the situation outside the St. Martial Secret Zone. Currently, he had returned to the place where he discovered Zhao Ji. However, he discovered the 2 Mystical Palace's disciples were no longer there. They actually ran away. It seems like they didn't listen to me at all. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly as he muttered to himself. However, if one listened carefully, one would be able to hear the bone-chilling coldness in his laughter. This way. Following that, Duan Ling Tian set off again. This time, he headed in the direction the 2 Mystical Palace's disciples had led him to earlier. Duan Lingtian's destination was the place the 2 Mystical Palace's disciples had mentioned that seemed to contain a divine ability relic. While he was making his way there, Duan Lingtian activated his strange pupil. Since that Mystical Palace's disciple was able to discover that place when he passed by, it shouldn't be difficult for me to find that place after I activate my strange pupil. He continued to speed up his journey, but he did not discover the 2 Mystical Palace's disciples at all. They're smart. They didn't take this route. As time passed, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. Finally, after half a day, Duan Lingtian's strange pupil finally discovered a strange place. It was a vast stone forest. Initially, Duan Lingtian thought it was just an ordinary stone forest. However, when he used his strange pupil to take a closer look, he discovered it was a little blurry. That's right, it was a little blurry. Generally speaking, this was impossible. Duan Lingtian was very familiar with his strange pupil. He could see things that were further away, let alone the stone forest that was not far from his feet. There's something strange about this stone forest. Since he had discovered something strange about the stone forest, Duan Lingtian immediately barged in. When he approached the stone forest, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness and sensed the fluctuation of a formation. The fluctuation was extremely weak. If it was not for Duan Lingtian's keen senses, he might not have discovered it. What a brilliant formation! Just as Duan Lingtian was sighing, he suddenly saw darkness before his eyes. In the next moment, when he saw light again, he discovered that everything in front of him had changed drastically. What entered his eyes was no longer the stone forest, but an empty space. Behind the empty space was a tower with a total of 6 floors. At the same time, Duan Lingtian clearly sensed that 3 auras were rapidly taking form. After a while, 3 identical savage beasts appeared before him out of thin air. At first glance, these 3 savage beasts looked like leopards. However, upon closer inspection, they were not leopards. Looking at their faces, they were much more ferocious than leopards. In addition, each of them had a silver horn on their heads. Roar! Roar! The 3 savage beasts roared at almost the same time. In the next moment, they pounced. However, they did not pounce on Duan Lingtian. Instead, they pounced on Duan Lingtian, forming a triangle around Duan Lingtian. For now, I'm the only one who has been to that place. As soon as I entered, I encountered 3 powerful savage beasts at the peak of the pristine saint stage. Moreover, they knew how to combine their attacks instinctively. If I didn't escape quickly, I would have died there. At the same time, Duan Lingtian recalled the words of the mystical palace's disciple. It seems like this is the place he was talking about. Indeed, there's more than one formation. Other than the illusory formation outside, there are many other formations here as well. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. He was certain this was the place he was looking for. Could the divine ability relic be in this tower? Chapter 1770. P.S. Here's today's update. At the same time, I'm trying to get more votes for the Chidian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and you can even get some coins for voting. Almost at the instant when Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the tower, the 3 wild beasts that surrounded him in a triangular formation seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they suddenly charged toward Duan Lingtian. Bush, bush, bush. The sound of air being torn apart rang in the air. In just a blink of an eye, they were getting closer and closer to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian soon discovered that the attacks of the 3 wild beasts that seemed to be independent of each other seemed to be connected, giving off a feeling as though they were one. It felt as though they were using themselves as the foundation to form a combined attack formation. Faced with the attacks of the 3 wild beasts at the same time, Duan Lingtian felt as though he was facing an early refined saint stage wild beast. In fact, these were merely 3 wild beasts at the peak of the pristine saint stage. What an amazing combined attack technique! Although Duan Lingtian was surprised, he did not stay idle. With just a flash of his body, he easily dodged the attacks of the 3 wild beasts. Even if the combined strength of the 3 wild beasts was comparable to an early refined saint stage wild beast, they were not much of a threat to Duan Lingtian. With his current strength, he could even defeat an ordinary early eminent saint stage wild beast. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian wanted to observe the profundity of the combined attack technique of the 3 wild beasts. However, he soon discovered that the profundity of the combined attacks seemed to be ingrained in their bones. It could not be seen from the outside at all. For this reason, he immediately dismissed the idea of secretly learning from them. I'm not going to play with all of you anymore. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, the sun true origin on his body skyrocketed. In just a blink of an eye, thousands of golden sword rays shot out from the surface of his body. Bush, 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 bush. Under the rain of swords that filled the sky, the 3 wild beasts were quickly pierced into a beehive. Unlike the savage beasts that Duan Lingtian had encountered outside, these 3 savage beasts did not bleed at all after being shot into a beehive. Instead, they disappeared into thin air as if they had never existed. The moment Duan Lingtian killed the 3 savage beasts, the tower in the distance shook. Then, the only door in the entire tower, which was the stone door on the ground floor, gradually opened, letting out a dull sound. Let's go in and have a look. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he shot into the tower. More precisely, he had entered the first floor of the tower. After entering, Duan Lingtian's vision blurred. What came into view was an empty floor. Behind the floor was a flight of stairs that led to the second floor of the tower. Of course, saying that this floor was empty did not mean that there was nothing but stairs. Instead, other than the stairs, there were only 2 statues. They were 2 statues that were standing together, but they seemed to be fighting against each other. These 2 statues, Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on the 2 statues. When he took a closer look, he discovered something that surprised him. The two statues had a strong human body, but their heads were not human. Instead, they had the heads of a rat and a horse. After circling around the two statues, Duan Lingtian did not discover anything strange about them. He immediately ignored them and walked up the stairs that led to the next floor. Just as Duan Lingtian was walking up the stairs, a sudden change occurred. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a series of earth-shaking tremors, Duan Lingtian only felt that his body was shaking along with the tower. Then he discovered that there were two rapid air-piercing sounds coming from behind him. One of the air-piercing sounds was unusually tricky. The other air-piercing sound was extremely fast. In a flash, Duan Lingtian disappeared from his original spot and reappeared not far away. At the same time, when he turned around in time after dodging, he discovered that the rat-faced statue and the horse-faced statue had somehow come alive. Not only that, but they had also changed the situation where they were fighting against each other and joined forces to deal with him. After the rat-faced statue and the horse-faced statue's first attack failed, it was only natural that they launched a second attack. The rat-faced statue's attack leaned toward tricky. The horse-faced statue's attack leaned toward speed. It happened to be the characteristics of a rat and a horse. However, aren't they a little too weak? Under Duan Lingtian's strange pupil, the speed of the two statues that came alive was pathetically slow. Based on Duan Lingtian's estimation, their strength was at the early pristine saint stage at most. They were much weaker than the three wild beasts he encountered outside the tower. With just a thought from Duan Lingtian, two golden sword rays appeared. They were like two dazzling scorching suns. In just a blink of an eye, the sword rays pierced through the two statues' heads and pierced into their bodies before twisting wildly. After a while, they finally could not hold on any longer and collapsed with a loud bang, turning into two piles of gravel. Too weak. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he walked up the stairs to the next level. However, he was much more cautious this time since he had learned his lesson from the previous incident. However, he soon realized he was being too careful. Along the way, he did not encounter any obstacles until he reached the second level of the tower. The second level of the tower was as spacious as the first level. There was only a staircase that led to the third level and two statues. These two statues were confronting each other and fighting against each other. This was similar to the two statues on the first level. Ox-faced? Sheep-faced? Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered the heads of these two statues were the heads of a cow and a sheep respectively. Ox-faced man, sheep-faced man. The statues on the first level are rat-faced man and horse-faced man. Moreover, before they were activated, they were confronting each other with equal harshness. Cow, sheep, rat, horse? Could it be? As he muttered to himself, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be the 6 harmonies? Duan Lingtian remembered that in his previous life on Earth, in his motherland, that ancient Eastern country, there was always the saying of metaphysics. The 6 harmonies was a type of metaphysics. It was said that the zodiac clashed with each other. There were a total of 12 zodiacs. When 2 of them clashed with each other, they formed the 6 harmonies. It should be. The first level is rat and cow. The second level is cow and sheep. The rat and cow clashed with each other, and the cow and sheep clashed with each other. If I'm not wrong, the third level should be tiger and monkey clashing with each other. The fourth level should be rabbit and chicken clashing with each other. The fifth level should be dragon and dog clashing with each other. And the sixth level should be snake and pig clashing with each other. In an instant, Duan Lingtian understood many things. It seems like this tower also contains the mysteries of the 6 harmonies. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian walked up the staircase that led to the third level. During this process, he successfully activated the 2 statues on the second level, the goat-faced statue and the cow-faced statue. Compared to the 2 statues on the first level of the tower, the strength of these 2 statues was a level higher. Both of them were at the intermediate pristine saint stage. However, in front of Duan Lingtian, There was no difference between an intermediate pristine Saint Stage powerhouse and an early pristine Saint Stage powerhouse. He could easily kill them. Just as Duan Lingtian had guessed, he encountered the tiger-faced statue and the monkey-faced statue on the third level of the tower. Their strength was a level higher. Both of them were at the mastery pristine Saint Stage. On the fourth level of the tower, there were the rabbit-faced statue and the chicken-faced statue. Both of them were at the peak of the pristine Saint Stage. On the fifth level of the tower, there were the dragon-faced statue and the dog-faced statue. Both of them were at the early refined Saint Stage. On the sixth level of the tower, there were the snake-faced statue and the pig-faced statue. Both of them were at the intermediate refined Saint Stage. When the two of them joined forces, even an ordinary intermediate refined Saint Stage martial cultivator might not be able to gain an advantage over them. However, they were nothing in front of Duan Lingtian. This is already the last level of the tower. Where's the divine ability relic? When Duan Lingtian saw the snake-faced statue and the pig-faced statue had turned into two piles of rubble, his heart jolted as he began to scan the last level of the tower. Almost as soon as this thought left his mind, the void trembled as a gigantic statue walked out of the void. There were khaki halos flashing around its body. These halos gave off a feeling as though it was as heavy as a mountain. What's this? Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. At this moment, the gigantic statue moved. Although it was cumbersome, it moved like a gust of wind. In just a blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. It lifted one of its gigantic feet and stomped on Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. If it was an ordinary person, he would have been stomped into a pile of meat paste. Faced with the gigantic statue's menacing kick, Duan Lingtian did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward and placed both of his hands on the gigantic foot. Following that, the sun true origin in his body surged out without any reservation and gathered on his hands. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's hands seemed to be endowed with infinite strength. Duan Lingtian's hands shook as he grabbed the gigantic statue's gigantic foot and spun it around like a windmill. In the end, as though he was bored with it, Duan Lingtian let go of it and allowed it to smash against the wall of the sixth level of the tower. Bang! Along with a loud noise, the wall of the sixth level of the tower remained unscathed. On the other hand, the gigantic statue was unscathed as well. What a powerful defense! Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian was shocked. If it was an ordinary mastery refined Saint Stage martial cultivator, he would have been crippled even if he did not die. However, this gigantic statue that had the strength of a mastery refined Saint Stage powerhouse was unscathed. The gigantic statue got up and charged at Duan Lingtian again. "Big guy, take this." Duan Lingtian cried out softly. With a raise of his hand, the sun true origin shot out from his palm and transformed into a 3-foot-long green sword that shone with a dazzling golden light. Duan Lingtian's body was like a willow catkin as his sword moved along with him. In just a few moments, he had already arrived in front of the gigantic statue. His sword shot out at lightning speed and aimed at the gigantic statue's head. Ding! Initially, Duan Lingtian thought his sword would be able to pierce through the gigantic statue's head easily. However, he soon discovered he had overestimated himself. The khaki-colored halo around the statue seemed to be a layer of extremely sturdy defense that blocked his sword. What a guy! Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, shocked. Then he noticed something was amiss. The khaki-colored halo on the surface of its body doesn't seem to be as simple as its strength. It doesn't seem like a defensive martial tactic as well. Could it be a divine ability? Chapter 1771. P.S. Here's today's update. At the same time, I'd like to help the Chidian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and you'll even get some coins for voting. If the khaki-colored halo on the surface of the gigantic statue was a defensive technique granted to it by the divine ability, then this divine ability must be very powerful. In fact, although Duan Lingtian had not exerted his full strength in that strike earlier, It was still comparable to the full force of an ordinary martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. However, such a strike was actually blocked by the gigantic statue at the mastery refined saint stage. Naturally, Duan Lingtian also noticed that although the gigantic statue had blocked his attack, the khaki-colored halo on the surface of its body had completely dimmed. Even its body seemed to have become much heavier at this moment, and its speed had also slowed down. It seems like the divine ability it cast is powerful, but it consumes a lot of energy as well. It must have exhausted all of its energy to block my sword earlier. Right now, it's like an arrow at the end of its flight. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his hand shook, and the golden light sword swept out again. This time, the gigantic statue's head was directly smashed into pieces. Boom! After its head was crushed, the gigantic statue fell to the ground with a loud bang, and it no longer made any sound. However, as soon as the gigantic statue fell, Duan Lingtian felt the air ripple again. A majestic and heavy aura filled the entire floor of the pagoda he was in. It gave him a feeling of vicissitudes and ancientness. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the void where the aura came from. A crack seemed to have appeared in the void, and a gigantic stone tablet appeared out of thin air in the crack. The stone tablet suddenly fell and landed on the ground, causing the entire tower to tremble a few times. The stone tablet stood there, emitting an ancient aura as though it was telling the surroundings that it had existed for a very long time. 6 Harmonies Golden Body? Is this a divine ability? When Duan Lingtian tried to probe the stone tablet with his divine consciousness, he discovered a piece of information was sent back by the stone tablet. Duan Lingtian instantly realized there was indeed a divine ability relic in this tower, and this stone tablet was one of the many divine ability relics in the St. Martial Secret Zone. As it turns out, everything I've experienced earlier was a test to obtain it. The defensive divine ability that the gigantic statue mastered is the 6 Harmonies Golden Body. However, although it's called Golden Body, the divine ability on the surface of the gigantic statue is khaki-colored. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized that the gigantic statue had cast the 6 Harmonies Golden Body. That was why his first sword attack to break its defense to the 6 Golden Body was unable to break. Duan Golden Body's divine abilities Divine Ability, 6 to the divine to the divine ability divine body. S origin, Duan to the divine to the day to be 2. S divine. When Duan Lingtian recalled the scene earlier, he also realized how extraordinary the divine ability, the 6 Golden Body, was. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to gain a deeper understanding of the 6 Golden Body, a commotion resonated in his ears, causing him to instantly regain his senses. At the same time, he withdrew his divine consciousness and looked at the entrance of the staircase. After more than 10 breaths, 3 figures walked out one after another. What's going on? There seem to be 2 piles of gravel on every floor of this tower. Is this really the place where the divine ability relic is hidden? The 3 young men who had ascended to the last floor of the tower were discussing among themselves. Soon after, their eyes landed on the gigantic stone tablet in the distance. What's that? Don't tell me that's the divine ability relic? Nobody knew who said this, but the 3 of their eyes lit up immediately. They wanted to walk up to the divine ability relic to observe it at a close distance. We meet again. At this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly resonated from behind the 3 of them. It was none other than Duan Lingtian who had appeared behind them without them noticing. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it seemed like he knew the 3 of them. Or perhaps he knew some of them. When 2 of the 3 of them heard the words that came from behind them, horror dawned on them immediately. Lingtian. This voice was not unfamiliar to them. It belonged to the strongest person among the younger generation in the mystical sky mansion, Lingtian. It was also the voice of the Lingtian whom they had abandoned earlier. That was right. 2 of the 3 of them were the mystical palace's disciples, Pengtsen and Hu Rui, who had seized the opportunity to escape when Duan Lingtian was chasing after Zhao Ji. Not even in their wildest dreams did they expect to encounter Duan Lingtian here. Lingtian. At the same time, the last person among the three of them turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing nearby in shock. It was apparent he did not expect to encounter Duan Lingtian here. Both of you, however, he soon noticed that Pengtsin and Hu Rui's faces were pale as though they were afraid of something. His heart jolted as though he had figured out something. He immediately took a few steps back to put some distance between the two of them. Lingtian, I'm actually not familiar with them. I'm a Yellow Palace's disciple, and I just happened to pass by. I was brought here by them, he hurriedly explained to Duan Lingtian after taking a few steps back. Duan Lingtian glanced at him indifferently and nodded before he looked at Pengtsin and Hu Rui. Both of you are really brave. How dare you ignore what I said? Pengtsin and Hu Rui lowered their heads, speechless. Of course, they were extremely regretful now. If they had known Lingtian could discover this place just by knowing the direction, they would not have left Lingtian behind. Seeing that the two of them did not speak, Duan Lingtian did not bother to say anything more to them. With a raise of his hand, 2 swift sword rays flew past and killed the two of them. To be more precise, he killed the two of them's clones. The moment their clones were killed, their divine consciousness would return to their bodies and be kicked out of the St. Martial's secret zone. At that moment, only Duan Lingtian and the Yellow Palace's disciple were left on the highest floor of the tower. Why aren't you leaving? Don't tell me you want to leave with them. Duan Lingtian glanced at the Yellow Palace's disciple indifferently and asked. The Yellow Palace's disciple was shocked by Duan Lingtian's attack earlier. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would send Pengtsin and Hu Rui out as soon as he made his move. Now that he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he immediately regained his senses and hurriedly walked down the stairs. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to leave this place as soon as possible. As for the divine ability relic, he did not dare to think about it at all. With Lingtian around, even if it was a high-grade divine ability relic, he would not be able to obtain it. After the Yellow Palace's disciple left, Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness merged with the gigantic stone tablet again and began to comprehend the divine ability recorded on it, the 6 Harmonies golden body. Of course, strictly speaking, he was not comprehending it. He was merely memorizing it. While Duan Lingtian was memorizing the divine ability, the 6 Harmonies golden body, the group of people outside the St. Martial's secret zone noticed some movement at the entrance of the St. Martial's secret zone. After a short while, they saw 2 people coming out. Pengtsin? Hu Rui? Why did you come out as well? The palace master of Mystical Palace was stunned when he saw the 2 of them. The 2 people in front of him were his Mystical Palace's disciples. Their cultivation bases were at the peak of the pristine saint stage. In terms of strength, they could be ranked among the top among the Mystical Palace's disciples at the peak of the pristine saint stage. However, they were eliminated in just slightly more than 3 days. They were only half a day later than Zhao Ji, who was the first to be eliminated. Lord Palace Master, we were eliminated by Lingtian. Pengtsin and Hu Rui smiled wryly. They glanced at Zhao Ji, who was standing nearby at the same time. Luckily, I'm not the first one to be eliminated. When they saw there was a scapegoat who was at the intermediate refined saint stage, they did not feel too sad, even though they felt it was a pity to be kicked out of the St. Martial's secret zone. It's Lingtian again. Upon hearing Pengtsin and Hu Rui's words, an uproar broke out immediately. What's that little fellow trying to do? Both of you have enmity with Lingtian as well? The palace master of Mystical Palace asked in a deep voice as he looked at Pengtsin and Hu Rui. Lord Palace Master, before we entered the St. Martial's secret zone, we didn't interact with Lingtian at all. Pengtsin said with a bitter expression on his face. Then both of you, the palace master of Mystical Palace, could not help but frown. He was quite good at judging people. Although he had only met Lingtian before and had never interacted with him, he could tell he was not someone who would create trouble out of nothing. When Pengtsin saw everyone looking at him in confusion, he quickly recounted what happened between the 2 of them and Lingtian, including how they snuck away when Lingtian went to chase after Zhao Ji. Both of you are too much. How could you just leave him behind like that? If it were anyone else, they wouldn't let both of you go either. The palace master of Mystical Palace shook his head. He did not blame Lingtian. If he was in Ling Tian's shoes, he would have done the same as well. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. This was the law of survival of nature. Peng Tsun continued to recount how they met Ling Tian again and how they saw the huge stone tablet that seemed to be a divine ability relic. What? Upon hearing Peng Tsun's words, horror dawned on Zhao Deng's face. You're saying that Ling Tian has already obtained the divine ability relic? Zhao Ji, who was standing next to Zhao Deng, had a grave expression on his face as well. He had just entered the St. Martial secret zone for 3 days, and he was kicked out by Ling Tian. On the other hand, Ling Tian had already obtained the divine ability relic in such a short time. He was filled with hatred. He wished he could cut Ling Tian into 1,000 pieces. That should be the case. Peng Tsun nodded. Upon receiving Peng Tsun's confirmation, the crowd burst into an uproar again. It has only been slightly more than 3 days, and Ling Tian has already obtained the divine ability relic? I wonder what kind of divine ability relic it is. Hey, both of you, tell me about the characteristics of the place where the divine ability relic appeared. Soon after, the palace master of Earth Palace looked at Peng Tsun and Zhao Ji and asked, in the history of the mystical sky mansion, those who entered the St. Martial secret zone and obtained the divine ability relic would usually follow the mystical sky mansion's rules and reveal the process of obtaining the divine ability relic. After so many years, the mystical sky mansion had recorded the process of obtaining the divine ability relic. If someone else went through a similar process, they would be able to deduce the divine ability relic that person had obtained. Chapter 1772. P.S. Here's today's update. At the same time, I'm going to help the Chidian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and you'll even get some coins if you vote. One can only enter a 6-story tower after killing 3 wild beasts that know how to attack together. There are 2 piles of gravel on each floor of the tower. On the 6th floor, apart from the 2 piles of gravel, there's also a gigantic statue. There's also a stone tablet that seems to be a divine ability relic. The mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials present on the scene learned about the 6-story tower from Peng Tsun. If I'm not mistaken, that's the 6 Harmonies Tower. The divine ability Duan Lingtian obtained must be the 6 Harmonies golden body. In the end, Mansion Master Meng Qing was the first to regain his senses. He said slowly, although the 6 Harmonies golden body isn't a high-grade divine ability, it's not weak either. Among the divine abilities in the St. Martial secret zone, it can be considered as a medium-grade divine ability. It's a medium-grade divine ability. The others burst into an uproar immediately. Initially, they thought Ling Tian had only been in the St. Martial secret zone for 3 days, and it was already considered good if he could come across a low-grade divine ability relic and obtain a low-grade divine ability. However, they did not expect Ling Tian to come across a medium-grade divine ability relic and obtain a medium-grade divine ability. I've heard of the 6 Harmonies golden body as well. It seems to be a defensive divine ability. Qian Pingxing, the palace master of Yellow Palace, chimed in. Mid-grade divine ability. Damn it. When Zhao Deng and his son heard Duan Lingtian had obtained a medium-grade divine ability, their expressions turned even graver. Their hatred for Duan Lingtian increased as well. Not bad, not bad. Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, nodded his head in satisfaction. He was not stingy with his words of praise. He managed to obtain a medium-grade divine ability after only being in the St. Martial secret zone for 3 days? Ku Mi stood at the side, feeling slightly surprised as well. Even in the history of the Azure Cloud Mansion, there were only a handful of people who managed to obtain such results after entering the St. Martial secret zone. Although Duan Lingtian knew that the news of him obtaining the divine ability relic and obtaining the divine ability was most likely spread by Peng Tsun and the other 2. However, he did not expect Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, would be able to guess the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic was the 6 Harmonies golden body based on Peng Tsun's words. The 6 Harmonies golden body is indeed something that can only be understood but not explained. No wonder people say one can only comprehend and master it after breaking through to the divine saint stage. However, according to Hua Lao, I don't have to break through to the divine saint stage. I only need to break through to the great saint stage to comprehend the divine ability. Duan Lingtian was well aware of his own situation. A day and a night had passed, and Duan Lingtian had successfully memorized the divine ability, the 6 harmonies golden body, including some things that could only be understood but could not be explained with words. When Duan Lingtian withdrew his divine consciousness, he discovered the gigantic stone tablet in front of him had disappeared. Along with the stone tablet, the 6 harmonies pagoda that he was originally in, as well as the array formation space that the 6 harmonies pagoda was in, disappeared as well. At this moment, he had returned to the stone forest. Now that he was in the stone forest, he could no longer sense the aura of the formation. It was obvious the illusory formation had disappeared after he memorized the 6 harmonies golden body. It could be said that it had completed its mission. I wonder what level the divine ability, the 6 harmonies golden body, that I obtained this time is at. If only Hua Lao was here. He would definitely know what level the 6 harmonies golden body is at. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he left the stone forest. The most important thing now is to meet up with Wang Fei Xian and Lu Jian. I wonder where they are now and if they've met. The St. Martial secret zone is so big. It won't be easy to meet them. In the next 20 days, although Duan Lingtian met many people, he did not meet Wang Fei Xian and Lu Jian. Naturally, it was not as if he did not gain anything during these 20 days. He came across another divine ability relic and memorized another divine ability. The divine ability was called the Raging Flame Clone. It sounded good, but based on Duan Lingtian's deduction, it was not as advanced as the 6 harmonies golden body he had obtained previously. Not only was the process of obtaining it simple, but the content was also very simple. If he used it, Duan Lingtian was not sure if it would be of any help. There are still 2 months left. I hope I can meet them soon. Duan Lingtian wandered aimlessly in the St. Martial secret zone as he searched for traces of divine ability relic. Although Duan Lingtian had encountered many people in the past 20 days or so, he did not make a move on them at all. This was because he did not have any conflict with them. Due to this reason, there was no need for him to recklessly eliminate people based on the idea that one less person meant one less competitor. Duan Lingtian had just passed by a few steep barren mountains when he heard the sound of fighting in the distance. The sound of fighting did not last for long before it came to a stop. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian moved closer. With just a glance, he saw 3 people surrounding one person in the distance. Duan Lingtian had some impression of the person who was surrounded. He was also a new disciple who had entered the Heaven Palace with him. However, they did not have any interactions with each other. The other 3 people were not Heaven Palace's disciples. When Duan Lingtian saw the new disciple was forced into a corner by the 3 people, he raised an eyebrow and decided to intervene. It was because the person who was surrounded was a Heaven Palace's disciple. We're from the Zhao clan. As long as you tell us where the divine ability relic is hidden, we'll owe you a favor. After we leave, we'll tell Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng about this and let you join our Zhao clan as well. As long as you join our Zhao clan, you'll be able to do whatever you want in the mystical Sky Mansion. One of the 3 people who surrounded the Heaven Palace's disciple said to him, "Boy, with your strength, it's useless even if you know where the place is. You won't be able to pass the test and see the divine ability relic. Why don't you tell us?" "We owe you a favor," the other person chimed in. A wise man submits to circumstances. If you don't want to be eliminated like your companion, you better tell us the truth. Unlike the first 2 people who tried to be soft, the last person took a hard approach. Be eliminated like my companion? The Heaven Palace's disciple did not show any signs of panic when he was surrounded by the 3 people from the Zhao clan. Instead, he sneered, "Go ahead and eliminate me. I'd like to see how you're going to find the place after you eliminate me." The 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan did not expect this Heaven Palace's disciple to be so stubborn. Their expressions turned grave immediately. "How about this? As long as you tell us the location of the place, we'll let you join our small team. After we find the Divine Ability Relic, we'll let you have the 4th Divine Ability Relic. Soon after, one of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan who spoke earlier spoke up. Based on his words, it was obvious he had chosen to give in. Who knows if you'll go back on your words later? Upon hearing his words, the sneer on the Heaven Palace's disciple's face grew even wider. What do you want? The 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan were slightly angered. They really did not know what to do when faced with this stubborn Heaven Palace's disciple. Initially, they thought killing his companion would serve as a warning to others. However, it seemed like it was not effective at all. Sure, I can join your small team. However, I want the 2nd Divine Ability Relic we encounter. Moreover, all of you have to swear on the lightning penalty oath and not go back on your words. The Heaven Palace's disciple muttered to himself for a moment before he said in a difficult manner. Upon hearing his words, the 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan rejected him in unison. We can't give you the 2nd Divine Ability Relic. At most, we'll give you the 3rd Divine Ability Relic. As for the lightning penalty oath, we can swear on it. One of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan said, "This is our bottom line. If you're really unwilling to share it with us, we can only eliminate you even if we can't obtain the Divine Ability Relic." The frown on the Heaven Palace's disciple's face eased up slightly. Just as he opened his mouth and was about to agree, a voice suddenly resonated and interrupted him. Zhao clan? Upon hearing the voice, the Heaven Palace's disciple turned to look in the direction of the voice. With just a glance, he saw a handsome and tall young man flying over from afar. His movements faintly emitted a powerful aura that made people feel ashamed of their inferiority. Senior brother Ling Tian. The Heaven Palace's disciple cried out in surprise when he saw the person's face clearly. Ling Tian. Upon hearing the voice behind them, the 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan who had yet to turn around were horrified when they heard the Heaven Palace's disciples' words. Ling Tian. Naturally, they were not unfamiliar with this name. Not only that, but after this person had publicly slapped Zhao Ji twice, he had become the sworn enemy of the Zhao clan. The 3 of them turned around and looked at Ling Tian who was flying over from afar. Their expressions were extremely grave, and a hint of dread could be seen in their eyes. Their hearts were filled with anxiety. Do you know where Zhao Ji is? Duan Ling Tian came to a halt in front of the 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. He glanced at them indifferently and asked, "We don't know. Senior brother Ling Tian, we don't know where senior brother Zhao Ji is." Senior brother Ling Tian, we're not lying to you. We really don't know where senior brother Zhao Ji is. If we know, we'll definitely go with him. After all, there's strength in numbers in the St. Martial secret zone. The 3 of them thought Duan Ling Tian was looking for Zhao Ji, so they immediately explained in a panic. Upon hearing their words, Duan Ling Tian was rendered speechless. He knew they had misunderstood his question. "I didn't ask you where Zhao Ji is." Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned cold. "I just want to tell you that Zhao Ji is already waiting for all of you outside." Chapter 1773. P.S. Here's today's update. At the same time, I'm going to help the Chidian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and you'll even get some coins for voting. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan finally regained their senses even if they were slow. Horror dawned on their faces immediately. "Ling Tian, why you killed senior brother Zhao Ji's clone?" When the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan looked at Duan Ling Tian again, a hint of fear could be seen in their eyes. Although they knew there was a conflict between Ling Tian and Zhao Ji, it did not cross their minds that Ling Tian would dare to kill Zhao Ji in the St. Martial secret zone. In fact, Zhao Ji was the strongest mystical Sky Mansion's disciple from the Zhao clan who had entered the St. Martial secret zone this time. Zhao Ji was also the person who had the highest chance of obtaining a medium-grade divine ability relic and breaking through to the divine saint stage to comprehend and master the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic. If they killed and eliminated Zhao Ji, it would mean the Zhao clan would lose a divine saint stage powerhouse who had comprehended the divine ability in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. This would be a great loss to the Zhao clan. I remember I met him on the third day I came here. Since we're so fated, wouldn't it be rude of me to not send him out? Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly as though he was talking about something unimportant. When the Heaven Palace's disciple who was surrounded heard Duan Lingtian saying he had sent Zhao Ji out, a horrified expression appeared on his face. Although he knew there was a conflict between Lingtian and Zhao Ji, he did not expect Lingtian to be so valiant and directly kill Zhao Ji's clone. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was even more dumbfounded. Zhao Ji was eliminated on the third day he entered the Saint Martial Secret Zone? Isn't Zhao Ji too unlucky? Although the Heaven Palace's disciple was speechless, he pitied Zhao Ji as well. 3 days? Although the 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan already knew Duan Lingtian had eliminated Zhao Ji, they were shocked when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Originally, they thought Zhao Ji was eliminated by Duan Lingtian only a few days. However, they did not expect Zhao Ji would be eliminated by Duan Lingtian after 3 days. How unlucky he was! When they thought of the word unlucky, the 3 of them looked at each other and saw the same thoughts in each other's eyes. Speaking of unlucky, they seemed to be very unlucky as well, right? Together, the 3 of them were about to be wiped out by Lingtian. Although the chance of survival, to Zhao Ji's. I agree. Run to run to run to run the 3 to run to run to run to Zhao to escape to run run's voice to run to escapes SS at this moment. They had completely forgotten about the Heaven Palace's disciples they had surrounded. They only had one thought in their minds, and that was to survive Lingtian's attack. Among the 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan, the weakest one was at the peak of the pristine saint stage while the strongest 2 were at the early refined saint stage. After they came to an agreement, one of them sent a voice transmission to remind them. The 3 of them made their moves almost at the same time, preparing to flee in 3 different directions. Only then would they have a chance to escape. Even if only one of them managed to escape, they would still feel better. After all, it was much better than being completely annihilated. As for pleading with Duan Lingtian, they did not even think about it. Even Zhao Ji from their Zhao clan was killed and sent out by Lingtian. Even if the 3 of them groveled and begged for mercy, it would still be difficult for them to escape death. Since that was the case, why would they not risk it? Even Zhao Ji didn't manage to escape from me. Do all of you think you're stronger than him? Duan Lingtian, who had long been on guard, had long covered the surface of his body with his Sun True origin. When he saw the 3 of them were about to flee in different directions, he instantly mobilized the Sun True origin that covered the surface of his body and transformed it into 6 dazzling sword rays that shot out in all directions. Bush. In the next instant, the 3 of them did not manage to escape far before 6 sword rays that were like 6 blazing suns pierced through the sky and landed on their bodies. The space between their brows and their hearts were pierced. The 3 figures were directly vaporized and disappeared. Gasp. Although the Heaven Palace's disciples who were standing nearby had already expected this outcome, they could not help but gasp. Among the younger generation in the mystical Sky Mansion, this person was the only one who could kill 2 early refined saint stage martial cultivators and a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine saint stage with just a raise of his hand. After killing the 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan, Duan Lingtian's expression finally eased up a little. The enmity between him and the Zhao clan had already been formed when he slapped Zhao Ji twice in public. Moreover, there was no way he could turn the situation around. How could there be a turning back? Zhao Ji's father, Zhao Deng, was the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion while his grandfather was one of the 2 great guardians of the Mystical Sky Mansion. His 2 closest relatives were the 2 leaders with the highest positions in the Zhao clan. Offending Zhao Ji was equivalent to offending the entire Zhao clan. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate at all when he killed Zhao Ji or the 3 Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. He did not even bat an eyelid. Since he had already offended them, he did not mind offending them further. After nodding at the Heaven Palace's disciple as a greeting, Duan Lingtian turned around and prepared to leave. Upon seeing this, the Heaven Palace's disciple was stunned. He had thought of many possibilities, but it did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian would leave without saying anything after killing the 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. Could it be that he did not hear the conversation between him and the 3 people from the Zhao clan? Did he not know he had clues about the divine ability relic in his hands? However, when he thought about it, he felt it was impossible. When he saw Duan Lingtian calmly approaching earlier, it was obvious he had been hiding at the side since the beginning. He must have heard their conversation. As for why he left now, it was naturally because he had no intention of forcing him to reveal the clues about the divine ability relic. The Heaven Palace's disciple had guessed correctly. Although Duan Lingtian did not mind snatching the clues about the divine ability relic from the other palace's disciples, he could not bring himself to snatch the clues about the divine ability relic from a Heaven Palace's disciple. No matter what, he was still a Heaven Palace's disciple, and he had even received the favor of the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. He had a sense of belonging to the Heaven Palace. Senior brother Lingtian. When the Heaven Palace's disciple saw Duan Lingtian was walking further and further away, he immediately chased after him. Is there anything else? Upon hearing the voice, Duan Lingtian came to a halt and turned around to look at the Heaven Palace's disciple with a puzzled expression on his face. Senior brother Lingtian, I want to work with you. The Heaven Palace's disciple took a deep breath and calmed down slightly before he said, Work with me? Duan Lingtian smiled. I heard earlier that you have clues about the divine ability relic. However, there's only one clue about the divine ability relic. Even if we pass the test, who will be given the opportunity to comprehend the divine ability is still a problem. It's fine if I'm not working with anyone else. We can continue to look for the second divine ability relic and give the opportunity to comprehend the divine ability to someone else. However, the problem is I'm working with other people as well. I'm worried that I'll encounter my other 2 partners before I can find the second divine ability relic while I'm working with you. Duan Lingtian said, I've already promised one of them that I'll give the first divine ability relic we encounter to him after we meet up. Senior brother Lingtian, the fact that you can say that shows you're a magnanimous person. I Xiaodun, admire you very much. The Heaven Palace's disciple said with admiration on his face. Then, Xiaodun changed the topic and continued to say, However, I don't only have one clue about the divine ability relic. I have 2 clues about the divine ability relic. As long as senior brother Lingtian works with me, we'll each obtain 1 divine ability relic. What do you think? After Xiaodun finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly. 2 divine ability relic? Upon hearing Xiaodun's words, Duan Lingtian was greatly surprised. He did not expect Xiaodun, who was merely at the peak of the pristine saint stage, would be able to obtain 2 clues about the divine ability relic after entering the Saint Martial secret zone for a month. Xiaodun nodded. Then, as though he had recalled something, he let out a long sigh. Actually, the 2 divine ability relic were found by my friend. He cultivated a secret tactic that's related to his eyes. Due to this reason, his eyesight is far superior to ordinary people. It's precisely because of this that he was able to find the clues about the 2 divine ability relic in just a month's time. Unfortunately, when he was about to look for another divine ability relic and look for a refined saint stage powerhouse to work with us to explore the divine ability relic, he coincidentally encountered those 3 people. Due to this reason, he was eliminated. When Xiaodun reached the end of his sentence, a look of pity could be seen on his face. Indeed, it's a pity. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he was inwardly shocked. Even he had only obtained 2 divine abilities after entering the Saint Martial secret zone for a month. Although Xiaodun's friend did not obtain any divine ability, he managed to obtain 2 clues about the divine ability relic. His luck was not any worse than his. I just don't know what level the divine abilities in those 2 divine ability relics are at. Duan Lingtian was curious about this. He seemed to have forgotten that he had not agreed to Xiaodun's request to work with him. Senior brother Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian only regained his senses when Xiao Dun spoke again. I can work with you. However, how are we going to split the 2 divine ability relic? Let me tell senior brother Ling Tian about the situation of the 2 divine ability relic that I know so far. Xiao Dun didn't hide anything and told him everything he knew. The 2 divine ability relic were similar to the divine ability relic that Duan Ling Tian had encountered earlier. Both of them were entered through an illusory formation. Not only that, but after entering they would also encounter the first test. The first test of the divine ability relic that Duan Ling Tian had encountered for the first time was more difficult. Due to this reason, the divine ability he obtained was also more advanced. According to Xiao Dun, the first test of the 2 divine ability relic that he encountered was comparable to the divine ability relic that contained the divine ability, the 6 Harmonies Golden Body, in terms of difficulty. It was apparent that the divine abilities recorded in the 2 divine ability relic were not inferior to the 6 Harmonies Golden Body. Your friend is quite lucky. Duan Ling Tian sighed emotionally. Chapter 1774. Another 3 people appeared at the entrance of the St. Martial Secret Zone. Please search for the most complete. Damn. The moment the 3 of them appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of the people present on the scene. The mystical Sky Mansion's people who were originally sitting quietly opened their eyes one after another and shifted their attention to the 3 of them. Why are all of you here? Zhao Deng's expression changed when he saw the 3 people who had appeared. These 3 people were from his Zhao clan. In fact, there were only a total of 5 people from his Zhao clan, including his son, Zhao Ji, who had entered the St. Martial Secret Zone. However, 4 of them had been eliminated in less than a month. The 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from Zhao clan had a bitter expression on their faces when they saw Zhao Deng's expression. However, they cursed inwardly, if your son did not offend him, we wouldn't have been kicked out by him. It was no wonder they had such thoughts. Although they were mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan, they did not have much interaction with Duan Ling Tian in the past, let alone offending him. Duan Ling Tian had killed their clones and kicked them out of the St. Martial Secret Zone because of their identities. Apart from being mystical Sky Mansion's disciples, they were also from the Zhao clan. Our clones were killed by Ling Tian. Faced with Zhao Deng's grave expression, one of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan finally mustered up his courage and said, "He's too strong. We didn't even have the strength to fight back in front of him." Ling Tian again. Upon hearing the words of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciple from the Zhao clan, most of the people present on the scene shifted their attention to Zhao Deng with a hint of pity in their eyes. It's him again. Zhao Ji lost his composure as he growled. His eyes were filled with killing intent and killing intent. Lord Palace Master, I was killed by them and was kicked out. At the same time, a young man standing next to the Palace Master of Earth Palace said in a low voice. When he spoke, a hint of schadenfreude could be seen on his face. This young man was none other than the mystical Sky Mansion's disciple who was with Xiao Dun earlier. He was also the one who discovered the location of the 2 divine ability relics that Xiao Dun knew about. He had discovered 2 divine ability relics, but before he could explore them, he was eliminated. One could imagine the grievance in his heart. Currently, when he saw the 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan who had eliminated him were eliminated as well, he was overjoyed. The gloominess in his heart was completely gone. The Earth Palace Master nodded. It's a pity that the 2 divine ability relics you found were taken advantage of by that brat from the Heaven Palace. Not long after you came out, the 3 of them came out as well. I think that Ling Tian must have saved that brat from the Heaven Palace. I think so. The young man nodded and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, there was some envy in his eyes, but there was no jealousy. This was because he was very good friends with Xiao Dun, the Heaven Palace's disciple. They had known each other before they even entered the mystical Sky Mansion. Therefore, when he found out Xiao Dun was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. Damn it! That divine ability relic will definitely belong to that Ling Tian again. Zhao Deng felt like he could not vent his anger at all. He could imagine that if Duan Lingtian was in front of him, he would not hesitate to kill Duan Lingtian. It seems like some people are destined to have no fate with the 2 divine ability relics I discovered. When Zhao Deng and his son were about to explode from anger, the young man next to the Earth Palace Master looked at the 3 Zhao clan's disciples who had just come out and pretended to sigh. What did you say? 2 divine ability relics? All of you discovered 2 divine ability relics? The 3 Zhao clan's disciples instantly widened their eyes as they looked at the young man in disbelief. He was the Earth Palace's disciple whose clone was killed by the 3 of them not long ago and was eliminated by them. Since I've already come out, what's the point of lying to all of you? I think senior brother Ling Tian and Xiao Dun should be on their way to the 2 divine ability relics now, the Earth Palace Master said indifferently. When he reached the end of his sentence, there was a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. The 3 Zhao clan's disciples were dumbfounded. How did the 2 divine ability relics slip away under their noses just like that? 2 divine ability relics. At once, many people shifted their attention to Zhao Deng again. Zhao Deng was so angry that his body began to tremble slightly when he heard the Earth Palace's disciples' words. How's this possible? What's so good about that Ling Tian? Why is he so lucky? Zhao Ji's eyes were red, and his face was filled with unwillingness. Ling Tian's really lucky. Qian Pingxing, the palace master of Yellow Palace, could not help but sigh. Indeed. Many people agreed. Junior brother Ling Tian is really unexpected. Gu Li laughed as well. That Ling Tian's really lucky? I wonder if he's the young mansion master or not. Kumi stood at the side. Although it seemed like he did not make any movements, his heart was not calm at all. At the same time, in the St. Martial secret zone, Duan Lingtan looked at Xiao Dun and said, according to your words, the first trial of the 2 divine ability relics is about the same. I'm sure the divine abilities recorded in them are about the same as well. Since you're the one who provided the clues to the 2 divine ability relics, you can choose one of them first. Since they were about the same, Duan Lingtian did not make a fuss about it. Can I choose the one in the palace? Xiao Dun asked cautiously as he looked at Duan Lingtian. A hint of anxiety could be seen in the depth of his eyes. Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao Dun intently. As Xiao Dun waited anxiously, Duan Lingtian finally nodded his head. Sure. Although the first trial of the 2 divine ability relics that Xiao Dun mentioned was about the same, they were located at 2 extremes. One of the divine ability relics was located in a dazzling palace. At that time, Xiao Dun and his companion were blocked outside the palace by the first trial. The other divine ability relic was located in a gloomy and dark swamp. It was the complete opposite of the former. Although the first trial of the 2 places was about the same in terms of difficulty, as long as one was a normal person, they would prioritize the former. This was because the former was a palace that looked grander. The divine abilities recorded in the divine ability relic would definitely not be simple. If Duan Lingtian were to choose first, Duan Lingtian would also instinctively choose the former. However, since Xiao Dun had made his choice, he did not say anything else. After all, Xiao Dun was the one who provided the clues to the 2 divine ability relics. If it were not for Xiao Dun, he would have to search for a while more before he could find the next divine ability relic. In that case, let's go to the divine ability relic that you chose first. After you've comprehended the divine ability recorded in it, you can bring me to the next divine ability relic. I'll explore the next divine ability relic alone. At that time, you can look for other divine ability relics. That way, it won't waste your time. Duan Lingtian said to Xiao Dun. Senior brother Lingtian, you trust me so much? Xiao Dun was slightly surprised by Duan Lingtian's decision. He originally thought that Duan Lingtian would first go to the swamp to comprehend the divine ability relic that belonged to him. He did not expect that Duan Lingtian would help him obtain the divine ability relic first. We're both Heavenly Palace's disciples. There's nothing to believe or not to believe. Duan Lingtian spoke casually, but in Xiao Dun's ears, it made him feel ashamed. This was because he was still a little scheming earlier and chose the divine ability relic hidden in the palace first. Senior brother Ling Tian, why don't we switch places? Even if the divine ability relic hidden in the palace is about the same level as the divine ability relic hidden in the swamp, I think it should be better. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Dun made his decision. The fact that you can say these words is enough to show that you're very sincere. However, since we've already decided, there's no need to switch places. The divine ability relic in the palace is still yours. Duan Ling Tian said. Lead the way. After letting Xiao Dun lead the way, Duan Ling Tian followed behind him and went straight to the first divine ability relic. After a day and a night, Duan Ling Tian followed Xiao Dun into a prairie and stopped above a huge lake. The entrance is in the lake? Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows in surprise. Yes. Xiao Dun nodded and took the lead to enter the lake like an agile fish. Duan Ling Tian followed him in. At their level of cultivation, entering the lake was as easy as walking on flat ground. They could completely block the lake water by covering their bodies with true origin. When they were close to the bottom of the lake, Duan Ling Tian noticed the fluctuation of a formation. As they went deeper, Duan Ling Tian noticed Xiao Dun had disappeared from his sight. As he continued to go deeper, his vision turned black as well. When the light returned to his eyes, Duan Ling Tian regained his senses and discovered he had arrived at another place. This place was extremely solemn. A palace that looked like a gigantic beast was crouching in front of him. Everything here was exactly as Xiao Dun had described it earlier. Senior brother Ling Tian, the ones guarding the entrance of this palace are 5 flying fierce beasts. Their strength is at the peak of the pristine saint stage. At this moment, Xiao Dun's reminder resonated in Duan Ling Tian's ears. 5 flying fierce beasts. They're all different fierce beasts, and their techniques are all different as well. When we first came in, we tried to break through, but we almost died here. Based on our estimation, we'll need at least 3 powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage to kill them and enter the palace. However, if it's a powerhouse at the refined saint stage or above, he'll be able to kill them all on his own, Xiao Dun continued to say. When he reached this part of his sentence, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze. Duan Ling Tian was a powerhouse at the refined saint stage or above. Moreover, he was not an ordinary refined saint stage powerhouse. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. His body moved and shot out like a bolt of lightning toward the entrance of the palace in front of him. At this moment, the entrance of the palace was tightly shut. When Duan Ling Tian was halfway through his journey, a few sharp cries suddenly sounded from afar. In the next instant, 5 gigantic figures appeared above the palace out of thin air. Chapter 1775. The 5 gigantic figures were none other than the 5 bird-type savage beasts that Xiao Dun had mentioned. The 5 bird-type savage beasts were not from the same clan. Some of them looked ferocious, some of them were good-looking, and some of them did not even have a single strand of feathers on their bodies. They were all bald birds. The only thing they had in common was that they were birds. Along with a few ear-piercing cries, the 5 bird-type savage beasts charged toward Duan Ling Tian immediately. Their speed was so fast that it was as though 5 bolts of lightning had struck out mercilessly. You're just a few mixed birds. How dare you show off in front of me? Duan Ling snorted coldly in the face of the 5 ferocious bird-type savage beasts. His tone was filled with disdain. In the next moment, the sun true origin that surged out of Duan Ling Tian's body transformed into streaks of sword chi that rapidly circled around his body before finally forming a gigantic bell. It was the colossal sword bell that Duan Ling Tian had created based on the colossal arrow bell. Boom, 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 boom. One had to admit that the attack of the 5 bird-type savage beasts at the peak of the pristine saint stage was very powerful. Each of their attacks could cause the void to tremble. When such an attack landed on the colossal sword bell, it also caused it to tremble. However, although it trembled, it did not show any signs of collapsing. How powerful! In the distance, Xiao Dun was dumbfounded. Although he had long known that senior brother Ling Tian was very powerful, he could not help but be shocked when he witnessed senior brother Ling Tian's strength. Back then, he and his companions were chased by these 5 mixed-haired birds. However, when it came to senior brother Ling Tian, the situation was completely different. Senior brother Ling Tian merely cast a defensive technique casually. No matter how hard the 5 mixed birds tried, they could not break through his defense at all. How boring! When Duan Lingtian saw that the 5 bird-type savage beasts could not break through his colossal sword bell even though they tried their best, his interest waned. With just a thought, the colossal sword bell disappeared. The hundreds of sword chi that formed the colossal sword bell instantly shot toward the 5 bird-type savage beasts. Bush, 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 bush. In an instant, a rain of swords seemed to fall from the void. Of course, this rain of swords was different from ordinary rain. Ordinary rain fell vertically, but this rain of swords fell horizontally. The rain of swords swept across the sky, setting off waves of ear-piercing sword whistles. Everywhere they passed, the void seemed to be torn apart. Under the baptism of the sword rain, the 5 bird-type savage beasts were vaporized. Just like the 3 savage beasts at the entrance of the tower. Upon seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian's heart trembled slightly as he recalled the divine ability relic that recorded the golden body of reincarnation, the golden body of reincarnation tower. However, even though there were only 3 savage beasts guarding the entrance of the tower, because they knew how to attack together, their combined strength was not any weaker than the combined strength of the 5 flying savage beasts earlier. Rumble! Almost at the same time when the 5 flying beasts were killed, the door of the palace in the distance opened. It is indeed the same as the Tower of Freedom. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Since the door was opened, it was only natural for him to enter. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not stop at all as he walked toward the entrance of the palace. Xiao Dun followed closely behind. His eyes were filled with fervor as he looked at Duan Lingtian's back. After entering the palace, Duan Lingtian discovered that the test inside was similar to the one in the Tower of Freedom. Of course, by similar, it meant that the strength of the opponents was about the same. The further one progressed, the stronger the opponents would be. Xiao Dun's eyes were filled with fervor as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Along the way, he did not even need to make a move. To be more precise, he did not even have the chance to make a move. This was because senior brother Ling Tian's speed was too fast. Of course, even if he made a move, he would not be able to pass the test at the end. The last hall is right in front of us. If I'm not mistaken, the divine ability relic should be in there. Duan Lingtian, who was walking in the passage in the middle of the palace, suddenly came to a halt and looked ahead as he said to Xiao Dun. Upon hearing that, Xiao Dun lifted his head to look at the last palace hall that they had yet to enter. He saw a plaque that was carved on top of the main entrance of the hall. The words Rock Heaven Hall were written on it in flamboyant calligraphy. These 3 words gave off an invisible pressure, as if they contained some kind of special power. Divine Ability Relic. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Xiao Dun felt a little excited. This was because he was about to obtain a divine ability. Although he might not be able to master the divine ability in the future, it was better than having no hope at all. Moreover, based on the tests along the way, he was certain the divine ability would not be a low-grade divine ability. Although he had only joined the mystical Sky Mansion later, he had also heard that the more difficult the tests in the St. Martial Secret Zone were, the higher the grade of the divine ability relic would be. Due to this reason, apart from feeling excited, Xiao Dun was also filled with anticipation. He was looking forward to finding out what kind of divine ability the divine ability relic in the Rock Heaven Hall would contain. After you enter, don't leave my side. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a final test inside. Before they entered, Duan Lingtian reminded Xiao Dun. With the experience of climbing the pagoda, he believed there would be another test waiting for him in the last Rock Heaven Hall. This was because until now, there had not been anything like the gigantic statue in the pagoda. Yes, senior brother Ling Tian. Throughout their journey, Xiao Dun had long revered Duan Lingtian as though he was a god. He trusted Duan Lingtian's words unconditionally. Go on in. After receiving Xiao Dun's reply, Duan Lingtian did not waste any time and walked into the Rock Heaven Hall in front of them. Rock Heaven Hall. The name sounded good. However, when Duan Lingtian walked in, he discovered it was different from the other halls he had walked through before. Apart from countless irregular stones, there was nothing else in this Rock Heaven Hall. In fact, the halls he had walked through along the way were all dazzling with gold and jade. However, the Rock Heaven Hall in front of him was more like a deserted place. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was shocked. Even Xiao Dun was dumbfounded as he muttered, "Senior brother Lingdun, are we really still in the palace? Why do I feel like we've entered the wrong room?" They had entered the wrong room. Indeed, Duan Lingtian had the same feeling as well. However, the stunned expression on Duan Lingtian's face quickly disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression. Duan Lingtian's gaze quickly returned to the countless irregular stones in the room. His heart was filled with surprise. These stones were originally like dead objects, but now they seemed to be brewing life. What exactly are they? All of this was just fed back by Duan Lingtian's divine sense. Senior brother Lingtian, these stones seem a little strange. At the same time, Xiao Dun also discovered the abnormality of the stones on the ground. Boom! Almost as soon as Xiao Dun finished speaking, a loud noise came from behind Duan Lingtian. When he subconsciously turned his head, he found that the only exit of the Rock Heaven Hall was blocked by a stone door, and he and Xiao Dun were trapped inside. Unlike Duan Lingtian's calmness, Xiao Dun's expression changed greatly. Bush, bush, bush. At this moment, in the Rock Heaven Hall, which was supposed to be airtight, the void vibrated, and there was a sudden gust of wind. The wind was relatively light at first, but later on, it was like a raging gale, blowing Duan Lingtian and Xiao Dun's robes. Senior brother Lingtian, these stones seem to be moving. Xiao Dun suddenly exclaimed, and there was a slight tremor in his voice. Duan Lingtian nodded. He also discovered it. Following the raging gale in the Rock Heaven Hall, the stones on the ground began to tremble. At first, it was the relatively small stones, but in the end, even the stones that could be called huge stones began to tremble violently. Soon, Duan Lingtian and Xiao Dun discovered that some of the relatively small stones were already suspended in the air and were constantly rising. Gradually, the rest of the stones were suspended in the air as well. Under the gaze of Duan Lingtian and Xiao Dun, when all the stones rose into the air, they strangely gathered together and finally turned into a stone golem that was like a small mountain. It was a stone golem that was completely composed of pieces of stones. The stone golem did not have eyes or mouth, but it was alive like a savage beast and was not just a decoration. Bang! Suddenly, the stone golem moved. It took a step forward and landed on the ground. While the dust was raging, the entire Rock Heaven Hall trembled a few times as if there was an earthquake. Bang! 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 The stone golem took a few more steps, causing the Rock Heaven Hall to tremble even more violently. Even Duan Lingtian and Xiao Dun, who were standing on the ground, trembled from head to toe. Bang! 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 After a few steps, both of them discovered that the stone golem's speed had increased again. Initially, it was walking before it seemed to be running toward them. Its speed was still increasing. At the same time, the aura on the stone golem began to spread out. It was getting more and more majestic. It was like a huge wave crashing toward them, causing Xiao Dun to feel suffocated. As for Duan Lingtian, he was not affected at all. Senior brother Lingtian, be careful. Xiao Dun, whose face was flushed, immediately reminded Duan Lingtian as he hastily rose into the air. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to hear him at all. Perhaps, it would be more accurate to say that he completely ignored Xiao Dun's words as he continued to make his way toward the stone golem that was moving faster and faster. Unknowingly, the Sun True Origin shot out from his palm and transformed into a dazzling 3-foot-long blade. This stone golem's aura has stabilized. It's at the Mastery Refined Saint stage. It's the same as the gigantic puppet on the last floor of the pagoda. After the stone golem's aura stabilized, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, I'd like to see if the gigantic puppet can take a casual blow from me. Can you do the same? With a thought in his heart, Duan Ling Tian's figure abruptly flashed out like a bolt of lightning, and the tip of the 3-foot-long blade in his hand pointed towards the stone golem. Until now, when he thought of the tests along the way, he still had some lingering fear. It really is a defensive divine ability. At first, Xiao Dun did not take Duan Lingtian's words to heart because the divine ability relic had not appeared at that time. Logically speaking, no one would know what kind of divine ability was recorded in the divine ability relic. However, when he extended his divine sense into the stone tablet, he discovered that it was indeed a defensive divine ability. Rock Heaven Wall. The divine ability recorded in the stone tablet was called Rock Heaven Wall. It was a defensive divine ability. To be honest, Xiao Dun was slightly disappointed that he had obtained a defensive divine ability. After all, in this world, the spear and the shield had always been at odds with each other. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, if martial or Dao cultivators with the same cultivation base cultivated offensive or defensive techniques of the same level to the same stage, the spear would usually be able to break the shield even if the process was a little difficult. For this reason, Xiao Dun was looking forward to an offensive divine ability. It would be great if I chose the other divine ability relic. The idea, as soon as it arose, was suppressed by Xie Dun himself. What am I thinking of? If it weren't for senior brother Ling Tian's help, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the divine ability even if I knew where the divine ability relic is. Moreover, I was the one who chose the 2 divine ability relics first. When Xiao Dun thought of this, he blushed a little. Let's not talk about whether the divine ability recorded in the other divine ability relic is a defensive divine ability as well. Even if it isn't, senior brother Ling Tian deserves it. The moment Xiao Dun thought of this, he finally got over it. At the same time, he immersed himself in the stone tablet that recorded the divine ability. What a brilliant defensive divine ability! Even if this divine ability isn't a high-grade divine ability, it should be a mid-grade divine ability, right? The more he understood the rock sky wall, the more shocked Xiao Dun was. From the description of the rock sky wall, it was definitely not a low-grade divine ability. After a day and night, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. Still not done? Since he had memorized the entire content of the divine ability, the golden body of enlightenment, in just a day and a night, Duan Lingtian thought Xiao Dun would also be able to memorize it in just a day and a night. However, judging from the test in this divine ability relic, the defensive divine ability that Xiao Dun obtained should be of the same level as the golden body of reincarnation. I don't really need it since they're both defensive divine abilities. I wonder what kind of divine ability is recorded in the other divine ability relic in the deepest part of the swamp. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian began to yearn for the divine ability relic in the swamp. I hope it's an offensive divine ability. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Currently, he already had the defensive divine ability, the golden body of reincarnation. Coupled with the speed divine ability, the golden crow's wings, which Hua Lao had taught him, he lacked an offensive divine ability. It said that only one person can comprehend a divine ability relic. I'd like to see if I can comprehend it while Xiao Dun is comprehending it. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness out of curiosity and approached the stone tablet that recorded the divine ability. However, before his divine consciousness could touch the stone tablet, it was blocked by a force emitted by the stone tablet. His divine consciousness could not get close at all. It's actually rejecting my divine consciousness? It seems like only one person can comprehend a divine ability relic. When Duan Lingtian saw that Xiao Dun would not be able to comprehend it so quickly, he closed his eyes again and waited patiently. Another 2 days and 2 nights passed. After spending 3 days and 3 nights, Xiao Dun finally finished comprehending the divine ability relic. To be more precise, he had memorized the divine ability recorded in the divine ability relic. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and Xiao Dun's vision turned dark. When the light returned, they discovered that they were under the lake again. Senior brother Lingtian, let's go to the next divine ability relic. Xiao Dun did not go back on his words. After memorizing the Divine Ability Relic, he brought Duan Lingtian to the next Divine Ability Relic. That's right. Senior brother Lingtian, before the Divine Ability Relic appeared earlier, how did you know it recorded a defensive Divine Ability? Xiao Dun asked curiously as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It's because the stone golem cast a defensive Divine Ability at the final stage. I've also challenged a Divine Ability Relic before, so I know the Divine Ability recorded in the Divine Ability Relic will usually appear at the final stage. Duan Lingtian replied. So that's how it is. Xiao Dun was enlightened. At the same time, he asked casually, Senior brother Lingtian, what kind of Divine Ability did you obtain earlier? It's the same as yours, a defensive Divine Ability. Duan Lingtian replied. It's also a defensive Divine Ability? Xiao Dun was stunned at first. Then he smiled and said, Fortunately, Senior brother Lingtian didn't choose the Divine Ability Relic just now. Otherwise, it'd be a waste if they were all defensive Divine Abilities. That's not necessarily the case. Duan Lingtian did not comment on Xiao Dun's words. Even if it's a defensive Divine Ability, there's still a difference in strength. Moreover, it's not a defensive Divine Ability that's guaranteed to be comprehended. The defensive Divine Ability you memorized might be more suitable for me than the one I memorized earlier. Perhaps I'll have a chance to comprehend the Divine Ability you memorized in the future, but I won't be able to comprehend the one I memorized. That's true. Xiao Dun nodded. He agreed with this point. Every Divine Ability had its own characteristics and could not be compared. The next Divine Ability Relic was located in a barren area. This barren area stretched as far as the eye could see. Due to the presence of sand and wind, once one got close to the ground, one's vision would be obstructed. The entrance to the other Divine Ability Relic that Xiao Dun knew was here. Your friend is really impressive. He even discovered the Divine Ability Relic hidden here. Duan Lingtian exclaimed. Senior brother Lingtian, continue walking forward for more than 10 meters and you'll be able to touch the formation and enter the Divine Ability Relic. I won't follow you and drag you down. Xiao Dun said to Duan Lingtian now that they had arrived at their destination. Duan Lingtian nodded and did not say anything as he walked forward. Sure enough, after walking for more than 10 meters, Duan Lingtian's vision turned black. Then he disappeared from Xiao Dun's sight and appeared in a dark swamp. Without senior brother Lingtian, it won't be easy for me to continue on. Seeing Duan Lingtian disappear before his eyes, Xiao Dun could not help but feel a little disappointed. However, he also knew that his cooperation with Duan Lingtian was just a transaction. Chapter 1777. Now that the deal is over, I'll have to rely on myself in the future. Xiao Dun sighed inwardly. With his current strength, it was really difficult for him to take each step in the St. Martial secret zone. He might be able to pass through a low-level Divine Ability Relic on his own. However, it was impossible for him to pass through an intermediate-level Divine Ability Relic. Why am I thinking so much? I've already obtained an extraordinary intermediate-level Divine Ability. This is already a huge surprise. With my current strength, I'd be too greedy if I still want to obtain other Divine Abilities. The moment Xiao Dun thought of this, he felt relieved. A smile appeared on his face. He had finally figured it out. Senior brother Lingtian, good luck to you too. After glancing at the direction where Duan Lingtian disappeared, Xiao Dun turned around and left to be a lone ranger. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who had entered the swamp, also faced his first test as he ventured deeper into the swamp. The first test was the 4 savage beasts that crawled out from the swamp and blocked their way. When the 4 wild beasts joined forces, their strength was on par with the 5 bird-type wild beasts at the entrance of the palace. They were from the same clan, so they had a tacit understanding with each other. However, even if the 4 wild beasts at the peak of the pristine saint stage had a tacit understanding with each other, they were still no match for Duan Lingtian. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian easily annihilated them. Why is there no movement at all? After annihilating the 4 wild beasts, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness in all directions. However, he did not find any movement at all. One had to know that no matter if it was the 9 towers or the palace from before, after passing the first test, the doors were all open to him, welcoming him to enter and challenge. As long as he passed all the tests, he would be able to obtain the divine ability relic that was hidden inside. However, after annihilating the 4 wild beasts in the first test, Duan Lingtian did not find any movement in his surroundings at all. How was he going to pass the tests after that? How was he going to obtain the divine ability relic in the swamp? Just as Duan Lingtian was puzzled, his consciousness suddenly trembled. What's going on? Through his divine sense, Duan Lingtian sensed that subtle movements were being transmitted from the surrounding swamp. The originally calm swamp was now rapidly churning, and the churning was becoming more and more intense. In the end, it was like a stormy sea. Bush, 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 bush. Just as Duan Lingtian was staring at the swamp with a solemn expression on his face, numerous figures shot out from the swamp and covered the sky. They appeared around Duan Lingtian like a swarm of locusts. They surrounded Duan Lingtian and blocked the light above Duan Lingtian's head. These savage beasts. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also realized that the figures that appeared around him and above him were all savage beasts. These savage beasts were exactly the same as the 4 savage beasts he had killed earlier. Intermediate Pristine Saint Stage, Mastery Pristine Saint Stage, Peak Pristine Saint Stage. There's also the Early Refined Saint Stage. After Duan Lingtian activated his divine eye, he extended his divine consciousness and scanned the savage beasts in his surroundings. Soon after, he discovered that the weakest among these savage beasts was at the intermediate pristine saint stage while the strongest was at the early refined saint stage. Moreover, there was more than one of them. There were 9 of them. 9 early refined saint stage savage beasts. Snort. The savage beasts in his surroundings were as numerous as locusts. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could see there were more than 1,000 of them. What kind of savage beasts are these? Their tribe is actually so huge. Duan Lingtian could see that these savage beasts came from the swamp beneath his feet. The 4 savage beasts he had killed earlier had angered this tribe of savage beasts. These savage beasts. Don't tell me they're the first trial of this divine ability relic? Even Duan Lingtian did not know why this thought suddenly appeared in his mind. The moment this thought appeared, it could not be suppressed anymore. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. If this group of savage beasts was really the first test of the divine ability relic, did it mean that the divine ability relic in this divine ability relic was even more powerful than the golden body of reincarnation he obtained and the divine ability relic Xiao Dun obtained? The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but feel excited. As for the group of savage beasts before him, although there were many of them and their strength was extraordinary, they were nothing in his eyes. However, why are they staring at me and not making a move at all? When Duan Lingtian saw the thousands of identical savage beasts did not make a move for a long time, he was baffled. He had no idea what this group of savage beasts was up to. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally had the time to study the group of savage beasts before him. To be honest, although he had killed 4 of these savage beasts previously, he did not take a close look at them. Now that he had the time to take a look, he took in the characteristics of these savage beasts in detail. The savage beasts before him were humanoid savage beasts. Their bodies were swollen, and there was a pair of fleshy wings on their backs. Their thick skin was filled with wrinkles. Coupled with their thick heads, just a glance at them was enough to make one feel disgusted. Among the group of savage beasts, the 9 early refined saint stage savage beasts were the largest. Each of them was 5 meters tall. The weaker ones were only 4 meters tall. The weaker ones were shorter and smaller in size. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness jolted. He could clearly sense a powerful aura appearing in the swamp behind him. The aura was so powerful that it was even stronger than the 9 early refined saint stage savage beasts. Colossal Sword Bell. When Duan Lingtian sensed that the aura seemed to have locked onto him, He instantly mobilized the Sun True Origin in his body. In just a blink of an eye, streaks of golden sword rays formed a layer of defense on the surface of his body. It was like a gigantic bell. Boom! As soon as the colossal sword bell was formed, a loud sound reverberated in the air. The colossal sword bell shook violently. A gigantic figure had launched a sneak attack on Duan Lingtian from behind. Although the sneak attack was successful, it did not break the colossal sword bell's defense. At the same time, Duan Lingtian turned around and saw the thing that had launched the sneak attack on him. It was a gigantic savage beast that was close to 10 meters tall. This savage beast looked exactly the same as the thousands of savage beasts in the surroundings. However, there was a golden crown on the head of this savage beast that was the size of a small hill. It seemed to be highlighting its extraordinary identity. At the same time, Duan Lingtian noticed the thousands of savage beasts that were surrounding him were looking at the savage beast with the crown on its head. Their voices were loud and filled with respect. It seems like he's the king of these savage beasts. If Duan Lingtian still could not figure this out, he would have lived in vain for so many years. Mastery Refined Saint stage. This savage beast king is actually at the Mastery Refined Saint stage. If this group of savage beasts is really the first trial of this divine ability relic, then the divine ability contained in this divine ability relic must be a very high-grade divine ability. Naturally, a high-grade divine ability would mean the subsequent trials would be very difficult as well. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian was still excited. However, when he thought about it, he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. He was sober now. If the first trial was already so difficult, would the subsequent trials be easy? The answer was obviously no. Let's not think about other things for now. The most important thing now is to deal with these troubles. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's attention returned to the group of savage beasts in front of him. This group of savage beasts had gathered together and surrounded him. Moreover, their king had even launched a sneak attack on him. It was obvious they did not come with good intentions. Just as Duan Lingtian had expected, this group of savage beasts did not come with good intentions. Along with the wild beast king's furious roar, the thousands of wild beasts that were watching the show by the side immediately charged toward Duan Lingtian with a murderous gleam in their eyes. Although Duan Lingtian had seen many situations before, he could not help but feel his heart clench when he saw thousands of savage beasts charging toward him. Naturally, this did not mean Duan Lingtian was afraid of them. It was just a subconscious reaction. Trying to win with numbers? A sneer crept up on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth in the face of the ferocious wild beasts. In the next instant, the air within a 100-meter radius around him began to ripple before it transformed into a huge golden ball of light that completely enveloped him. However, the group of savage beasts seemed to be fearless as they charged into the 10,000 swords territory that Duan Lingtian had cast in a hurry. In Duan Lingtian's 10,000 swords territory, there were 10,000 sword rays whistling through the air. Those wild beasts that had barged in were killed in just a second, those that were strong were killed after withstanding 2 to 3 moves, and those that were even stronger were killed after enduring for a while. However, they still could not escape death in the end. Soon after, 9 early refined Saint stage savage beasts charged in as well. I've been waiting for you for a long time. From the moment Duan Lingtian cast the 10,000 swords territory until now, he had only been watching coldly from the sidelines. He was only controlling the territory with his thoughts. When he saw the 9 early refined Saint stage savage beasts charging in, he raised his right hand slightly. In the next instant, he disappeared from his original spot without any movement. In just a blink of an eye, he reappeared at his original spot. On the other hand, the 9 early refined Saint stage savage beasts fell from the sky one after another. They were completely lifeless. The moment the 9 early refined Saint stage savage beasts died, the wild beast king outside the territory seemed to have noticed it. It let out a deafening roar before charging into Duan Lingtian's territory. When the remaining savage beasts saw their king was enraged, They charged into Duan Lingtian's territory as though they had been injected with chicken blood. Unfortunately, what awaited them was only death. What? You want to avenge them? Duan Lingtian sneered when he saw the wild beast king that was the size of a small hill charging at him with bloodshot eyes. Sword rays shot out from his hand like the sun. Chapter 1778. The mastery-refined Saint Stage Wild Beast King did not have a defensive divine ability like the gigantic statue and the stone golem. Due to this reason, it was directly killed by Duan Lingtian's attack that was equivalent to the full force of a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined Saint Stage. The moment the Wild Beast King died, the other wild beasts did not panic. Instead, they became even more frenzied. Moreover, the swamp in the surroundings began to rumble again as more wild beasts shot out from the swamp. Although there were not as many wild beasts as before, there were still several hundred of them. Among the several hundred wild beasts that joined the wild beast army, the strongest one was only at the early refined Saint Stage. Due to this reason, no matter how strong the wild beasts were, they did not give Duan Lingtian any pressure at all. They charged into Duan Lingtian's 10,000 swords territory one after another like moths to a flame. They did not care if they were dead or alive, as though they were only here for that moment of glory and heroism. As time passed by, Duan Lingtian began to feel a little numb. In the end, although Duan Lingtian knew these wild beasts were just mirror images formed by the illusory formation and would be vaporized when they died, he was still shocked by their fearless courage. In the end, he did not make any move and allowed his 10,000 swords territory to kill the wild beasts that charged in. Duan Lingtian only sighed in relief when the last wild beast died. However, before he could even heave a sigh of relief, a voice suddenly resonated from all directions and entered Duan Lingtian's ears clearly. "Little fellow, congratulations on passing the first trial in the Abyssal Swamp. You'll have to face 8 more trials. I'll be waiting for you at the last trial." This voice belonged to an old man. It sounded extremely old as it reverberated in the air. Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he became excited. No matter if it was the Tower of Illusions or the Six Halls Palace, there was no such warning from the beginning until the end. And the attack of the group of savage beasts earlier was actually the first checkpoint of this divine ability relic. The place where this divine ability relic is hidden is called the Abyssal Swamp. After Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, he slowly calmed his surging emotions. One must know that even though he had guessed that the savage beasts were the first trial, he wasn't certain that the savage beasts were the first trial. Because if that was the first checkpoint, it meant that the mystique recorded in this mystique relic was definitely extraordinary. At the very least, it would be stronger than the golden body of reincarnation he had obtained and the rock sky rampart that Xiao Dun had obtained. And now, through the reminder of the old voice that seemed to come from all directions, Duan Lingtian confirmed his thoughts. This divine ability relic must have recorded a high-level divine ability. Originally, Duan Lingtian had thought that the golden body of reincarnation that he had obtained was already a high-grade ability. But now, in comparison, Duan Lingtian realized that it was only a mid-grade ability. Comparison was the scariest thing in all things. When compared, the difference between the two was obvious. That voice just now reminded me that there are 8 more levels? Where's the second checkpoint? Just when Duan Lingtian was feeling puzzled, the divine consciousness that he released clearly sensed a ripple in the void not far away from him. When Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze, he saw a crack appearing out of nowhere in the turbulent void. Following that, a thick and heavy door slowly emerged from the crack and appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. The door opened, revealing a passageway that led to an unknown place. Passing the first trial and opening the door. It's indeed the same as the 3 divine ability relics that we encountered earlier. However, the first trial of this divine ability relic is much more difficult. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As for Xiao Dun saying that the first trial here is similar to the first trial of the Six Halls Palace, that's just a misunderstanding. Perhaps he would never have dreamed that the 4 savage beasts were just the prelude to the first trial. The real first trial will only appear after the 4 savage beasts are killed. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that the reason Xiao Dun had such a misunderstanding was because Xiao Dun and his companion were unable to deal with the 4 savage beasts. Although the 4 savage beasts were fewer in number than the savage beasts in the first trial of the 6 Halls Palace, they were of the same species and had a tacit understanding with each other. Therefore, their combined strength was not any weaker than the combined strength of the 5 avian savage beasts at the entrance of the 6 Halls Palace. The latter seemed to be attacking together, but they were actually scattered. Let's go in. With a thought, Duan Lingtian's body moved and directly entered the thick and heavy door. What would be waiting for him inside? Duan Lingtian was rather curious about this. However, he knew that the subsequent trials would not be as simple as the first one. After entering the door, all that entered his eyes was darkness. It was only when Duan Lingtian propped up the sun true origin on the surface of his body that his entire body emitted a dazzling radiance like the scorching sun that this dark space completely revealed its true appearance. This was a deep and serene passageway that led all the way down. Duan Lingtian was currently standing on top of the passageway. In the beginning, the passageway was straight all the way. After walking for a few hundred meters, it had to turn. This passageway is getting lower and lower. Could it be that it's bringing me somewhere? Or perhaps, the end of the passageway is where the subsequent trials are located? With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian's speed increased by a few notches. What would the second checkpoint be? He did not know. Although the unknown was the most terrifying, when he thought about how the divine ability recorded in this divine ability relic was most likely a high-grade divine ability, Duan Lingtian's mind instantly became active again. Now, I'm about 100 meters away from the ground, right? As time passed, Duan Lingtian only felt that the passageway beneath his feet seemed to have no end. It was fine in the beginning, but as time went on, he began to get impatient. Now, I'm at least 300 meters underground, but I still haven't reached the end. How long is this passageway? Although he was getting impatient, Duan Lingtian did not give up and continued to go deeper. A day's time passed in the blink of an eye. I'm at least 1,000 meters deep now. 2 days had passed. I'm at least 2,000 meters deep now. 3 days had passed. I'm at least 3,000 meters deep now. Is there an end to this? 3 days later, Duan Lingtian still had not walked out of the passageway beneath his feet. For the first time, he paused and did not continue moving forward. Instead, he stood there and gritted his teeth. I don't believe it. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's body moved like a ghost as he sped up. In just a day's time, he had gone another 10,000 meters deep. However, he still had not reached the end of the passageway. It was as though the passageway had no end. I see. Duan Lingtian, who paused again, was no longer as impatient as before. Instead, he revealed a thought-provoking smile. So, this is the second trial? This illusory formation is really ingenious. If I hadn't activated the strange pupil half a day ago, I wouldn't have realized that I've been walking the same path over and over again. What do you mean by 10,000 meters deep? I'm only 1,000 meters below the surface now. The reason I feel like I'm 10,000 meters deep is because of the illusory formation in this passageway. Since there was not much difference in the characteristics of the passageway, Duan Lingtian did not realize that he was walking the same path over and over again all the way down. However, when he activated the strange pupil and studied the details and characteristics of the passageway, he realized that he had been walking the same path over and over again. Naturally, this was because of the illusory formation. This illusory formation should be the second trial. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian fully immersed himself in the illusory formation that was everywhere in front of him. If he wanted to break this illusory formation, he had to find the formation base of this illusory formation. Of course, it would be best if he could find the formation core. Therefore, as he continued to walk down the passageway, Duan Lingtian completely released his divine consciousness and probed his surroundings. At the same time, he stuck close to the stone wall on the side of the passageway and released his sun-true origin into the stone wall of the passageway. As soon as he discovered something hidden in the stone wall, his sun-true origin would immediately shatter and destroy it. Of course, Duan Lingtian's strange pupil was not idle either. The strange pupil was constantly activated, and his spiritual energy was constantly being depleted. When it was depleted, it would stop to rest and recover. When it was fully recovered, it would continue. Just like that, 6 to 7 days passed. Heaven rewarded those who worked hard. On the 7th day, Duan Lingtian finally discovered the first formation base of the illusory formation hidden in the passageway. He immediately activated his Sun True Origin to destroy it. If it was the formation core, the formation would naturally be broken after it was destroyed. However, if it was the formation base, unless it was an extremely important one, destroying only one of the formation bases might not be enough to break the formation. This was the situation that Duan Lingtian was currently facing. However, since he had found the first formation base, Duan Lingtian was very motivated. Soon, after half a day, he found the second formation base and destroyed it again. This formation base was obviously much more important than the previous one. Once it was destroyed, a ray of light appeared at the end of the passageway in the distance. Although it was very far away, Duan Lingtian still discovered it. Is that the exit? At this time, Duan Lingtian also realized that he had broken the illusory formation. This kind of hurdle is really a waste of time. Although the second hurdle did not involve killing, it still took Duan Lingtian more than 10 days. If he had a choice, he would rather face the test of the first hurdle. The second hurdle was mentally exhausting. Following the ray of light, Duan Lingtian walked out of the passageway. Bush. The moment Duan Lingtian walked out of the passageway, Duan Lingtian's heart suddenly trembled. He felt a sense of threat shrouding his heart. He immediately activated the Sun True Origin in his body and transformed it into thousands of sword rays, forming a defense of the Taiyan sword bell. Boom, boom, boom. Almost as soon as the Taiyan sword bell was formed, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. He discovered that waves of unknown energy were pouring down from the top of his head. Chapter 1779. It had been 1.5 months since they entered the St. Martial secret zone. More and more mystical Sky Mansion's disciples were eliminated in the St. Martial secret zone. However, these mystical Sky Mansion's disciples were not in a hurry to leave. Instead, they waited outside with the others. They wanted to sound the others out and see what their results were. Apart from that, they also wanted to know how many people could stay in the St. Martial secret zone for 3 months. Once they had stayed for 3 months, they would be directly sent out of the St. Martial secret zone. Before this, unless one died inside, they would not be sent out. The divine ability relic I encountered was too monstrous. 2 of us who were at the peak of the pristine saint stage and an early refined saint stage martial cultivator couldn't even pass the 6th trial. The guardian beast at that trial was actually at the intermediate refined saint stage. When we realized we couldn't defeat it, we tried to escape. In the end, the other 2 managed to escape. I was the only one who reacted a little slower and was killed by the wild beast with just a slap. A mystical Sky Mansion's disciple was eloquent. When he reached the end of his sentence, a wry smile could be seen on his face. It seems like the difficulty of the trial you encountered in the Divine Ability Relic is similar to the one I encountered. However, our group is stronger than yours. Apart from me who's at the peak of the pristine saint stage, the other 2 are at the early refined saint stage. We managed to pass the 6th trial together, but we were annihilated at the 7th trial. The other mystical Sky Mansion's disciples smiled wryly. If I'm not mistaken, that must be the last trial. The guardian of that trial is a mastery refined saint stage puppet. Although it's not as powerful as a mastery refined saint stage martial or Dao cultivator, it's still not something 2 early refined saint stage martial cultivators can handle. A mastery refined saint stage puppet? All of you were annihilated? The former looked at the latter in shock. They escaped and I was killed. The latter had a bitter smile on his face. Then we're in the same boat. The former smiled wryly and sighed. Then, as though he was reminded of something, he looked at Qian Ping Sheng, the Palace Master of Yellow Palace, who was standing nearby. Lord Palace Master, the trial of the Divine Ability Relic we encountered was so difficult. The divine ability contained in it must be a high-grade divine ability, right? This mystical Sky Mansion's disciple was from Yellow Palace. High-grade divine ability? However, when Qian Pingxing heard his words, he shook his head. According to what you said earlier, the divine ability relic you encountered should be a middle-grade divine ability relic. If it was a high-grade divine ability relic, you wouldn't be able to pass the first hurdle. What? When the Yellow Palace disciple heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. The test is such a difficult sacred power relic, but the sacred power recorded in it is only a middle-level sacred power? Can anyone obtain a high-grade divine ability? At the same time, the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who were eliminated also shifted their attention to Qian Pingxing. In the history of the mystical Sky Mansion, not many people managed to comprehend the high-grade divine abilities in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. It's said that if one were to challenge the Saint Martial Secret Zone alone, it would be impossible for one to challenge the high-grade divine ability relic without a cultivation base at the Mastery Refined Saint stage or above. Even a powerhouse at the peak of the Refined Saint stage wouldn't dare to say he's confident in obtaining a high-grade divine ability relic. Qian Pingxing said, "Naturally, I'm talking about those who challenge the Saint Martial Secret Zone alone. If many people join forces, the requirement for one's cultivation base can be lowered slightly. However, it can't be lower than the intermediate Refined Saint stage. In the history of our mystical Sky Mansion, the group with the lowest overall cultivation base to obtain a high-grade divine ability was a small group of 3 intermediate Refined Saint stage martial cultivators. Naturally, the reason they succeeded was because the high-grade divine ability relic they encountered was a low-grade high-grade divine ability relic. In the Saint Martial Secret Zone, even the high-grade divine ability relics are divided into various grades and ranks. Some of the high-grade divine ability relics in the mystical Sky Mansion's history are impossible to pass. Qian Pingxing continued to say, "Naturally, the higher the grade of the high-grade divine ability relic, the more powerful the high-grade divine ability contained in it would be." High-grade divine ability relics were divided into various grades and ranks as well. The mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene were enlightened. They felt like they had learned a lot. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, the whirlpool at the entrance of the Saint Martial Secret Zone began to stir, attracting the attention of many people present on the scene. "Someone's coming out again," many mystical Sky Mansion's disciples exclaimed. At the same time, a figure also appeared from the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Xiao Dun. The moment this person came out, an Earth Palace's disciple immediately went up to him. "Why did you come out?" At the same time, the 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan standing behind Zhao Deng had a murderous look in their eyes. They recognized this Xiao Dun. He was the person they had besieged in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. It was due to Ling Tian's interference that he was able to continue staying in the Saint Martial Secret Zone while they were eliminated. When they saw Xiao Dun, they were reminded of the unbearable incident from 2 weeks ago. "Weren't you saved by senior brother Ling Tian?" The Earth Palace's disciple who went up to Xiao Dun asked. This Earth Palace's disciple was originally with Xiao Dun but was eliminated by the 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. He was the one who found the clues to the 2 divine ability relics that Xiao Dun knew about. "Yes." Xiao Dun nodded. "I was saved by senior brother Ling Tian. However, after I brought him to the divine ability relic 10 days ago, we parted ways. However, with senior brother Ling Tian's help, I managed to pass through one of the divine ability relics and obtained a divine ability." When Xiao Dun reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with smiles. When the Earth Palace's disciple heard this, he smiled as well. "That's great news." However, when Xiao Dun looked at the Earth Palace's disciple before him, he quickly stopped smiling. "Brother Zheng, you won't blame me for giving one of the 2 divine ability relics you found to senior brother Ling Tian, right?" "Of course not. Since I've been eliminated, the 2 divine ability relics are, naturally, yours. Since senior brother Ling Tian helped you obtain one of the divine abilities, it's only right for you to give the other one to him." The Earth Palace's disciple, Qin Zheng, shook his head. Half a month had passed since he was eliminated, and his state of mind had completely calmed down. If it was fated, it would be there. If it was not, one should not force it. He had gotten over it. Due to this reason, he felt happy for Xiao Dun from the bottom of his heart when he learned one of the divine abilities contained in the 2 divine ability relics he found belonged to Xiao Dun. Ling Tian. Everyone present on the scene heard Xiao Dun's words. Qianping Xing, the palace master of Yellow Palace, immediately looked at Xiao Dun and asked, "What divine ability did Ling Tian help you obtain?" The moment Qianping Xing's words left his mouth, most of the people shifted their attention to Xiao Dun. This included Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace. Xiao Dun could ignore the other people's gazes, but he did not dare to ignore Zhu Luqi's gaze at all. This was because Zhu Luqi was the palace master of the Heaven Palace he was in. If he wanted to do well in the mystical sky mansion, it was important for him to be valued by the palace master of Heaven Palace. The divine ability I obtained is called the Rock Heaven Wall. Xiao Dun said under the watchful eyes of the others. Rock Heaven Wall. The moment Xiao Dun's words left his mouth, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's vice mansion masters present on the scene were taken aback. Even Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, who was sitting cross-legged in the distance, opened his eyes and looked at Xiao Dun immediately. When Xiao Dun noticed Meng Qing's gaze, his heart jolted as he felt the pressure increase. The Rock Heaven Wall is one of the best medium-grade divine abilities. It's your good fortune to be able to obtain the Rock Heaven Wall. I hope you'll be able to break through to the Divine Saint stage in the future and comprehend and master this divine ability. Qianping Xing said to Xiao Dun, "In the history of our Mystical Sky Mansion, although many people have obtained this divine ability, very few of them manage to break through to the Divine Saint stage. I've never heard of anyone mastering this divine ability, let alone passing it down. It's one of the best medium-grade divine abilities?" Upon hearing Qianping Xing's words, Xiao Dun's eyes lit up immediately. He did not expect the defensive divine ability, the Rock Heaven Wall, he obtained was not an ordinary medium-grade divine ability. Congratulations, Xiao Dun. At the same time, the few Heaven Palace's disciples who were eliminated congratulated Xiao Dun one after another. Envy, jealousy, and hatred could be seen in the depth of their eyes. As long as a Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple obtained a medium-grade or above divine ability relic in the St. Martial Secret Zone and memorized it, they would be heavily nurtured by the Mystical Sky Mansion in the future. Due to this reason, every Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple who entered the St. Martial Secret Zone would do their best to obtain a divine ability relic. However, before Xiao Dun, although there were some people who were eliminated who managed to comprehend divine abilities, the divine abilities they comprehended were only low-grade divine abilities. Congratulations, Xiao Dun. At this moment, Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, also looked at Xiao Dun with a smile. This Heaven Palace's disciple whom he did not pay much attention to in the past was pleasing to the eye now. "Thank you, Lord Palace Master." Xiao Dun was slightly flattered. When the disciples from the other 3 palaces looked at Xiao Dun, their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Zhao Deng, his son, and the other 3 Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan had a slightly gloomy expression on their faces. As far as they were concerned, that should have been a divine ability of their Zhao family. Ling Tian. At this moment, whether it was Zhao Deng or Zhao Ji, their hatred for Duan Ling Tian deepened. Rock Heaven Wall? If I'm not mistaken, you and Ling Tian entered the 6 Halls Palace. Zhu Luqi looked at Xiao Dun. After he finished speaking, he asked again, "Earlier, you said you gave the other divine ability relic to Ling Tian. What are the characteristics of that divine ability relic?" It was obvious Zhu Luqi also wanted to know what divine ability Duan Ling Tian would obtain. After entering that divine ability relic, a swamp will appear before your eyes. The first trial will be 4 ugly and ferocious wild beasts. Xiao Dun even described the appearance of the wild beasts. Winged savage beast. When Xiao Dun finished describing the appearance of the 4 wild beasts, Zhu Luqi's eyes widened. Qianping Xing could not help but exclaim in surprise. Winged savage beast. Meng Qing, the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, was originally sitting cross-legged in the distance. When he heard Xiao Dun's description, he instantly stood up. Chapter 1780. Are you sure the location of the Divine Ability Relic is a swamp? Apart from that, are you sure you didn't exaggerate the description of the 4 wild beasts? Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, asked for further confirmation as he stared at Xiao Dun with a burning gaze. Everyone, please search for the complete answer. At this moment, Xiao Dun also noticed the strange atmosphere. However, in the face of Zhu Luqi's confirmation, he nodded his head firmly. I'm sure I'm right. Moreover, I entered with Brother Zheng that time. Brother Zheng can testify to that. After he finished speaking, he looked at Qin Zheng, the Earth Palace's disciple. Speaking of which, he was the one who discovered the 2 divine ability relics that Xiao Dun knew about. He had also entered the 2 divine ability relics with Xiao Dun. It was only when they discovered they could not even pass the first trial that they decided to escape and look for a partner, who knew they would encounter 3 Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. In order to make an example out of them, the 3 Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples even killed Qin Zheng's clone. The moment Xiao Dun's words left his mouth, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, shifted their gazes to Qin Zheng in unison, giving him immense pressure. Qin Zheng did not dare to slack off and instantly nodded his head in affirmation. Xiao Dun is right. It's really that place. After receiving confirmation, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, shook their heads. Zhao Deng, one of the vice mansion masters of Mystical Sky Mansion, had a hint of gloating in his eyes. Lord Palace Master, is there something wrong? Xiao Dun could not help but ask Zhu Luqi when he noticed the strange atmosphere. Nothing's wrong. Zhu Luqi shook his head. In the history of our Mystical Sky Mansion, many people have encountered the divine ability relic that you mentioned. However, nobody has ever passed the first trial of the divine ability relic. Moreover, very few people manage to escape from the divine ability relic alive. What? Upon hearing Zhu Luqi's words, many Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples were shocked. Xiao Dun and Qin Zheng were also dumbfounded. They looked at each other and saw disbelief in each other's eyes. They had also passed the first checkpoint of that divine ability relic. It didn't seem to be that exaggerated, right? Lord Palace Master, Brother Zheng and I have also entered the divine ability relic before. Isn't the first trial just 4 wild beasts at the peak of the pristine saint stage? The difficulty is similar to the first trial of another divine ability relic, the 6 Halls Palace, that I've challenged. In the history of our Mystical Sky Mansion, it shouldn't be impossible for someone to pass it, right? Xiao Dun couldn't help saying. Qin Zheng also nodded. As the person involved, he agreed with Xiao Dun. The 4 wild beasts you're talking about aren't the first trial of the divine ability relic. The first trial of the divine ability relic will only truly open after the 4 wild beasts are killed. Zhu Luqi shook his head and explained, after killing the 4 savage beasts, thousands of savage beasts similar to the 4 savage beasts will emerge from the surrounding swamps. It's a huge group of savage beasts. There are more than 10 of them at the refined saint stage or above. Their king, in particular, is a mastery refined saint stage wild beast whose strength is comparable to the peak of the refined saint stage. Based on their cultivation base alone, they don't seem to be very strong. They don't even have a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. However, the terrifying thing about them is their numbers. The weakest among the thousands of savage beasts is at the pristine saint stage. When they charge over, unless it's the territory of a powerhouse at the eminent saint stage or above, it's impossible to stop them. In the history of our Mystical Sky Mansion, there was once a small group consisting of a Dao cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator, and 3 intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivators who entered the divine ability relic. In the end, all of them were annihilated. Under the onslaught of the thousands of savage beasts, they only managed to kill a few hundred savage beasts before they were annihilated. Zhu Luqi finished speaking in one breath. Gasp, 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 gasp. The moment Zhu Luqi finished speaking, the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene gasped one after another. My goodness! What divine ability relic is that? The first trial is already so insane. How terrifying! Although Ling Tian is strong, he's only at the peak of the refined saint stage. I'm afraid he'll most likely die if he enters. With Ling Tian's strength, he might be able to enter an ordinary high-grade divine ability relic. However, it's obvious he won't be able to enter this high-grade divine ability relic. Such a terrifying high-grade divine ability relic. How terrifying must the divine ability contained inside be? Just the thought of it is enough to shock me. I'm sure the divine ability contained in that divine ability relic must be extraordinary. However, no matter how extraordinary it is, nobody will be able to obtain it. That's right. It's too difficult. After the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples regained their senses, they began to discuss among themselves. None of them felt Duan Lingtian would be able to pass the first trial of the divine ability relic. A rare smile appeared on the corner of Zhao Ji's mouth. It was a smile filled with schadenfreude. Those 4 wild beasts are just the prelude to the first trial of the divine ability relic? After listening to Zhu Luqi's words, Xiao Dun could not help but gasp. Then, he exchanged glances with Qin Zheng and saw the shock and horror in each other's eyes. Not even in their wildest dreams did they think the medium-grade divine ability relic in their eyes would actually be such a terrifying high-grade divine ability relic. Then, doesn't this mean senior brother Ling Tian is in great danger? The moment Xiao Dun thought of Duan Lingtian, horror dawned on his face. He felt guilty. If he had known the divine ability relic was so dangerous, he would not have brought Duan Lingtian there. After all, Duan Lingtian was his benefactor, and he was not an ungrateful person. When did Ling Tian enter the divine ability relic? Zhu Luqi asked solemnly as he looked at Xiao Dun. At this moment, he could not help but feel worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. After all, the divine ability relic was the #1 forbidden area in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. It was a name that would cause one to tremble in fear. However, the most outstanding disciple among the younger generation in the Heaven Palace and the entire mystical Sky Mansion, Ling Tian, had actually entered the divine ability relic without even knowing it. How could he not be worried? In fact, the benefits Ling Tian obtained from the Saint Martial Secret Zone were extremely important to the mystical Sky Mansion. With Ling Tian's innate talent, as long as he did not die prematurely, he would definitely be able to break through to the divine saint stage in the future. Moreover, the possibility of him comprehending and mastering the divine ability he obtained from the Saint Martial Secret Zone was much higher than the others. Due to this reason, he did not want Duan Lingtian to be eliminated so early. About 10 days ago. Xiao Dun pondered for a moment before replying. 10 days ago? Upon hearing Xiao Dun's words, Gu Li, who had been standing quietly at the side, could not help but sigh in relief. He entered the divine ability relic 10 days ago, and he hasn't come out until now. Junior brother Ling Tian must have turned the misfortune into a blessing. Gu Li's thoughts were similar to most of the people's thoughts. It seems like Ling Tian has escaped. That's right. It has been 10 days, but he hasn't been eliminated. He must have escaped from the divine ability relic. Although the divine ability in the divine ability relic is good, it's impossible for Ling Tian to obtain it with his strength. Many mystical Sky Mansion's disciples discussed among themselves. All of them felt Duan Lingtian must have survived the siege of the wild beasts and managed to escape from the divine ability relic. Previously, Xiao Dun was also worried. However, now that he had calmed down, he sighed in relief. It has been 10 days. Since senior brother Ling Tian hasn't come out, he must have left the divine ability relic. I hope he won't think I'm trying to harm him. Xiao Dun smiled wryly when he thought about this. It has been 10 days, and he hasn't been eliminated yet? Zhao Deng's expression was grave. It was obvious he had escaped from the divine ability relic alive since he had not been eliminated even after 10 days. At this moment, the gloating smile on Zhao Ji's face froze as well. From the beginning until the end, nobody, including Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, thought Duan Lingtian would be able to pass the first trial of the divine ability relic, let alone obtain the divine ability inside. According to the Mystical Sky Mansion's history, the divine ability relic Duan Lingtian had entered was the #1 forbidden area in the St. Martial's secret zone. The divine ability contained inside was also publicly acknowledged by the seniors in the Mystical Sky Mansion's history as the #1 divine ability among the many divine abilities in the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial's secret zone. That Ling Tian is really lucky to have entered the #1 divine ability relic in the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial's secret zone. However, if his cultivation base is only at the peak of the refined saint stage, it'll be impossible for him to pass the first trial of the divine ability relic, let alone obtain the #1 divine ability. Although Ku Mi was from the Azure Cloud Mansion, he had also heard about the #1 divine ability in the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial's secret zone. Even in the Azure Cloud Mansion's St. Martial's secret zone, there was no divine ability relic that could compare to the divine ability relic in the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial's secret zone. Naturally, regardless of whether it was the Azure Cloud Mansion or the Mountain Shade Black Market, although they knew the divine ability relic in the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial's secret zone was extraordinary, they did not covet it at all. This was because they knew it was impossible for someone to obtain the divine ability from the divine ability relic in the WCI subterranean. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what was happening outside. He also did not know the divine ability relic he was currently in was the #1 forbidden area in the Mystical Sky Mansion's history that was publicly acknowledged as the #1 divine ability relic in the St. Martial's secret zone. This divine ability relic was also the nightmare of the outstanding younger generation in the history of the Mystical Sky Mansion. No one had ever been able to pass the first hurdle of this divine ability relic, let alone obtain the divine ability inside. Duan Lingtian was unaware of what was happening outside. Similarly, the people outside were unaware of what was happening inside as well. They also did not know Duan Lingtian had already passed the first and second trials of the divine ability relic that would cause one's expression to change. He had successfully walked out of the passage where the second trial was located and entered the third trial. Boom, 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 boom. Duan Lingtian held onto the colossal sword bell and passed through the area enveloped by the terrifying force that swept down like a waterfall. He successfully stepped onto the flat ground in front of him. Chapter 1781. After setting foot on the flat ground, Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at the vast energy that was pouring down from the sky like a waterfall. Please search to see the most complete. Damn, this energy was milky white in color. It emitted a terrifying aura that sent chills down one's spine. This energy was triggered after I walked out of the passage. Fortunately, the sun true origin in my body is comparable to the true origin of an ordinary early eminent saint stage powerhouse. Otherwise, even the defense formed by the true origin of a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage might not be able to withstand its impact. Duan Lingtian felt slightly relieved. If a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage wants to come here from the other end of the passage, he'd be injured even if he doesn't die. As someone who had experienced this before, Duan Lingtian was certain of this. I wonder what the third trial is, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he prepared to turn around. However, at this moment, his gaze landed on the vast milky white energy that was like a waterfall. A thought appeared in his mind involuntarily. This energy that's like a waterfall? Don't tell me it's the third trial in the abyssal swamp? In the beginning, Duan Lingtian did not think this energy was the third trial due to the lingering fear in his heart. However, now that he had calmed down, he could not help but guess. However, he began to hesitate. If it's really the third trial, isn't it a little too casual? Duan Lingtian's heart began to waver again. He could not be sure if this was the third trial or not. Forget it. Who cares if it's the third trial or not? No matter if it's the third trial or not, I'll still have to pass the remaining trials. I'll only be able to meet the owner of the voice after I pass the first 8 trials. The trial of the final trial must be related to him since he said he'd wait for me at the final trial. When Duan Lingtian recalled the voice that reminded him when he passed the first trial, he felt excited again. If he could clear the 9 trials in the abyssal swamp, it would mean that he would be able to obtain the divine ability relic inside. Judging from the difficulty of the trials in the abyssal swamp, the divine ability relic inside would definitely be extraordinary. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and slightly calmed his surging feelings before he turned around and faced the force that was like a waterfall with his back facing it. At that moment, Duan Lingtian finally had the time and thought to look at the world behind the tunnel. He was standing on the head of an arch bridge. On the other side of the arched bridge, there was a white and red mist, blocking Duan Lingtian's vision. He couldn't see what was on the other side. The arched bridge was very wide and very long. It was situated on a dry river, and there was not a single drop of water in the river. Let's go and take a look. Since he was already here, Duan Lingtian naturally couldn't turn back. He resolutely stepped onto the arch bridge and prepared to go to the other end. As soon as Duan Lingtian stepped onto the arch bridge, he felt an inexplicable pressure shrouding his body. Could this be the 4th trial? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Duan Lingtian felt a violent tremor coming from beneath his feet. It was as though the earth was quaking and the mountains were swaying. At this moment, his first reaction was to step into the air to avoid this earthquake. However, he soon discovered that the pressure that shrouded his body was actually an extremely advanced flight-prohibiting formation. It sealed his ability to fly, causing him to be unable to escape from the arched bridge beneath his feet. Put, 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 put. Along with the crisp sounds, Duan Lingtian discovered that there were terrifying cracks on the arched bridge. Based on the current situation, it wouldn't be long before the arched bridge broke. However, after looking at the dry river, Duan Lingtian did not hurry to leave. This was because he felt that it would not affect him even if the bridge broke. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound reverberated. This time, the arched bridge beneath Duan Lingtian's feet broke at an extremely fast speed. It broke so quickly? Seeing this, Duan Lingtian was shocked. The speed of the arched bridge breaking was beyond his expectations. Even if he had escaped earlier, it would have been difficult for him to escape before the arched bridge broke. As the arched bridge broke, Duan Lingtian released the Sun True Origin on the surface of his body to form the Taiyan sword bell. After the arched bridge broke, the broken rocks fell in all directions. Many of the broken rocks shot toward Duan Lingtian, but they were all blocked by the Taiyan sword bell. This bridge. It's strange that it broke. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn. This was because he knew that everything in front of him was an illusion. There must be a reason why the arched bridge broke. Boom, 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 boom. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to reach the dried-up ditch, a series of loud noises came from behind him. It sounded like the sound of a flood. The loud noises that came from behind were even more terrifying than a flood. When Duan Lingtian turned his head subconsciously, he saw a vast power sweeping toward him from the milky white power that was like a waterfall. After the waterfall-like power filled the ditch between the passage and the arched bridge, it had nowhere to go and was rushing toward the dried-up ditch. At this time, Duan Lingtian, who was restricted by the flight-prohibiting formation, landed on the dried-up ditch. In an instant, he felt that the vibration coming from under his feet was even more terrifying than the previous earthquake. As for the vast and boundless milky white energy, wave after wave, each wave stronger than the last, swept towards him. The milky white power that rushed to the front was much more powerful than the waterfall-like power that Duan Lingtian had experienced before. Even Duan Lingtian's expression could not help but change when he sensed the aura emitted from the energy. This was because the power was so strong that even the Taiyan sword bell that he condensed with the Sun True Origin might not be able to block it. If his original body was here, he could still rely on his original body's powerful physical strength. However, he was relying on his doppelganger. His doppelganger did not have the same physical strength as his original body, so he could only rely on his own son's true origin. I can't be drowned by this power. Otherwise, I'll definitely die. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian did not dare to stay any longer. He hurriedly ran toward the other end of the ditch. Boom! Just as Duan Lingtian's figure shot out, wave after wave of vast milky white energy that charged to the front finally fell like a flood and violently smashed into the dried river ditch. As soon as the vanguard arrived, the power behind arrived as well. In the blink of an eye, half of the ditch was filled with the milky white power. After it was filled, it continued to sweep toward the other side of the ditch. It was as though it would not stop until it had filled the entire ditch. The milky white power that rushed to the front was squeezed and stacked by the power behind it. Its speed became faster and faster. After a short while, its speed surpassed Duan Lingtian's speed, and the distance between it and Duan Lingtian narrowed. *T. Even without turning his head, Duan Lingtian could feel the power behind him closing in. His expression changed. If it was any other time, the bank in front of him would not be a big deal to him. He would feel that it was very close. However, at that moment, he felt that it was very, very far away. The word anxious was enough to describe Duan Lingtian's current feelings. Boom, 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 boom. The vast power that rushed to the front was getting faster and faster, and it was getting closer and closer to Duan Lingtian. In the end, it was only a short distance away from Duan Lingtian. At that moment, Duan Lingtian was still some distance away from the bank. If this continued, he would be drowned by the power behind him before he reached the bank. The vast power was only a short distance away from Duan Lingtian, and it easily destroyed the Taiyan sword bell that Duan Lingtian had propped up. Let's go all out. After the Taiyan sword bell was destroyed, Duan Lingtian also realized the danger. His handsome face turned serious, and the sun vital origin in his body surged out through his 99 Saint veins at the fastest speed possible. Myriad sword territory. At the critical moment, Duan Lingtian formed his territory. As soon as the myriad sword territory appeared, it shrouded the milky white power within a 100-meter radius around Duan Lingtian. At the same time, under Duan Lingtian's control, the tens of thousands of sword lights in the myriad sword territory quickly gathered together to form a huge golden sword that was as bright as the sun. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and held the huge sword in his hand. At the same time, the remaining sun vital origin in his body surged into the huge sword as though it had gone mad. Seeing that the milky white power was about to engulf Duan Lingtian finally made his move. Buzz! The huge sword in his hand fell from the sky. Not only did it contain all the power that he could use, but it also contained the mysteries of the sovereign heart sword. Buzz! 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 As the huge sword swept across the sky, the void trembled. Because it was not swept out with the blade, the huge sword also encountered a great resistance. It was air resistance. However, even with air resistance, the speed of the huge sword was not slow at all. Finally, the gigantic sword collided with the energy that was charging at the forefront and almost drowned Duan Lingtian, and it ruthlessly slammed onto the sword. Wah! In a flash, when the huge sword came into contact with the power, Duan Lingtian felt a violent vibration from his hand. At the same time, he felt a sharp pain in the web between his thumb and forefinger. At the same time, a force was running around in his body like a headless fly, causing his chi and blood to surge and his internal injuries to spread. Boom! At the same time, the gigantic sword was finally shattered by the energy that was charging at the forefront. At the instant the gigantic sword shattered, a huge wave of energy surged out and ruthlessly slammed onto Duan Lingtian's body, sending him flying out from the impact. Duan Lingtian was blasted flying like an arrow that left the bow, and he narrowly landed on the riverbank ahead. Boom! As soon as Duan Lingtian landed on the riverbank, the energy that was charging at the forefront crashed onto the riverbank as well, and a loud explosion sounded like the roar of a furious dragon. Chapter 1782. Huff. Huff, huff, huff. Duan Ling Tian, who sat on the riverbank, gasped heavily for air. His forehead was covered in sweat as he turned around to look at the vast milky white energy that filled up the dried river ditch. Almost. Just a little bit more and I would have been killed. Once he was killed, it would mean that he would be eliminated. It was not easy for him to come across such a divine ability relic, so he was naturally unwilling to be eliminated. To think that I thought that the milky white energy that swept down like a waterfall was the third trial in the abyssal swamp. Now it seems that what I just experienced was the real third trial. Previously, Duan Ling Tian felt that the third trial should not be so simple. However, that waterfall-like energy could not be ignored. Therefore, he had always been puzzled, wondering if that energy was the third trial. And now, that power was connected to what he had just experienced, which made him realize that what he had just experienced was the real third checkpoint. The milky white energy, the broken arch bridge, the flight prohibiting formation, and the dried river ditch formed the third trial. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian discovered that the water level of the milky white energy in the river ditch was still rising. Although there was still a long way to go before it overflowed the riverbank, he quickly stood up after recovering some of his vitality. The fog disappeared? When Duan Ling Tian turned around, he discovered that the fog on the other side had disappeared and was replaced by a mountain wall. A dead end. Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded when he saw the mountain wall blocking his way. Due to the attack of the milky white energy that swept down like a waterfall, the passage where the second trial was located was already submerged. It was already impossible for him to turn back. However, there was no turning back, and the road ahead was a dead end. Could it be that he could only stand here and wait for death? Boom, boom, boom. Just as Duan Ling Tian was burning with anxiety, a series of loud sounds came from above his head. The noise that he usually heard was like the sound of nature when it entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian immediately raised his head and discovered that the mountain wall above his head had a crack that allowed one person to pass through. A ray of light shone in from the inside as though it was guiding Duan Ling Tian up. Since the flight prohibiting formation only covered the river ditch, Duan Ling Tian, who was on the riverbank, could freely fly in the air. Bang! Duan Ling Tian stomped on the ground and flew up into the air through the crack on the mountain wall above his head. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian looked up and discovered that the ray of light came from several hundred meters away. In other words, he still had to continue to fly several hundred meters before he could reach the source of light. It's good to be higher, it's good to be higher. When he thought about the milky white energy that was still pouring down like a waterfall below him, he was afraid that it would not take long before the entire space below him was flooded. Duan Ling Tian was glad that the next trial was high enough and would not be flooded. As he flew up into the air, Duan Ling Tian's heart sank when he thought about the thrilling scene earlier. The third trial is already so perverse. How terrifying would the 6 trials that await me be? With the lesson from the third trial, Duan Ling Tian was slightly traumatized. He felt that the subsequent trials would be even more difficult. However, when Duan Ling Tian was faced with the 4th trial, he discovered that the 4th trial was not as dangerous as the 3rd trial. The 4th trial did not test one's strength, only their martial arts techniques. Martial arts techniques? It should be noted that although Duan Ling Tian had abandoned most of the martial arts techniques that he used to cultivate, he was not weak in terms of techniques because of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Therefore, he easily passed the 4th checkpoint. After the 4th trial, it was time for the 5th trial. Similarly, the 5th trial did not test one's strength, but one's patience. 100,000 embroidery needles and a red line. That was the test of the 5th trial. It's really a test of patience. The corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched when he saw the 100,000 densely packed embroidery needles before him. However, in the end, he still obediently picked up the only red thread in one hand and the embroidery needles in the other hand before he began to thread them. Only by threading all 100,000 embroidery needles through the red line would one be considered to have passed the 5th trial. Even though Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was extraordinary, he was still unable to use his strength when it came to threading the needles. He could only be like an ordinary person and obediently thread the red thread through the embroidery needles. Perhaps it was because they were afraid that the challenger would use his strength to cheat, so the holes of the embroidery needles were thinner than the red line. They could only be slowly squeezed in and could not be too fast. It took Duan Ling Tian a few days just to pass the 5th trial. By the time he finished, his eyes were already blurred. If he had a choice, he would rather repeat the 1st trial. Even if he could choose to repeat the 3rd trial, he would still do so because the 5th trial was too difficult. It was even more tiring than the 2nd trial. After passing the 5th trial, Duan Ling Tian did not rush to the 6th trial. Instead, he rested on the spot. This was the first time he rested after entering the abyssal swamp. He had to rest. Now, as long as he opened his eyes, he would definitely see the bright embroidery needles and red lines. After resting for a day and a night, Duan Ling Tian proceeded to the next trial. The 6th trial was still not a test of strength. Comprehension. The 6th trial was a test of the challenger's comprehension. What Duan Ling Tian needed to do was to complete some incomplete martial tactic moves. Naturally, these martial tactic moves were only moves from the human rank Saint grade martial tactic. If it was in the past, it would be quite difficult for Duan Ling Tian to do this. However, ever since he obtained the Sovereign Heart Sword and comprehended it to the 2nd stage, Duan Ling Tian's insight and understanding of the moves had also reached an extremely high level. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to complete some moves from the human rank Saint grade martial tactic. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian easily passed the 6th trial. Next, it was the 7th trial. Why do I have a feeling that the 9 trials in the abyssal swamp are easier the further I go? Duan Ling Tian could not help but have this thought when he recalled the previous few trials. Soon after, he found out what the 7th trial was about. Endurance? Running? When Duan Ling Tian saw the content of the 7th trial, he smiled. It was another simple trial. However, when he finished reading the content, the smile on his face froze. I have to run around this pillar for 7 days and 7 nights. If I don't complete 1 million laps, I'll be considered to have failed the trial and will be sent out? Duan Ling Tian was completely dumbfounded when he saw the gigantic pillar that required several dozens of people to wrap their arms around it. 7 days and 7 nights. 1 million laps. After walking around the pillar, a bitter smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. To complete 1 million laps around this pillar in 7 days and 7 nights. Even an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage would find it difficult to do that. To think that I thought this trial would be easy. This is really a test of endurance. The bitter smile on Duan Ling Tian's face became even more pronounced. However, he had no other choice. It was not impossible for him to complete 1 million laps around the pillar in 7 days and 7 nights. However, he would definitely be tormented during this process. Without a certain amount of patience, it would be impossible for him to persevere. Let's run. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and pressed down on the protruding mechanism on the pillar. After activating the monitoring formation, he began to run around the pillar. With the help of the Sun True Origin, his speed was extremely fast. In just a blink of an eye, he had already completed a few laps around the pillar. The first 3 days were still fine. Duan Ling Tian maintained his original speed. On the 4th day, even though Duan Ling Tian kept encouraging himself, his speed still slowed down. Now that I've already passed the 7th trial, there are only 2 more trials left. If I can't pass this one, all my previous efforts would be wasted. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he increased his speed again. However, after only a day, Duan Ling Tian was completely immune to this method of raising his fighting spirit. The last 3 days were the most difficult days for Duan Ling Tian. He even felt that the 7th trial was the most difficult of all the trials he had experienced in the abyssal swamp. Finally, after 7 days and 6 nights, Duan Ling Tian completed 1 million laps around the pillar. After he was done running, he sat down on the ground, drenched in sweat. Although he was only a clone now, it was no different from a normal body. Would he still feel tired? He would sweat. Of course, the normal body referred to a normal person's body and not his actual body. If his current body was his actual body, It would not be a problem even if he ran for 10 days and 10 nights, let alone 7 days and 7 nights. It's been a long time since I've been so tired. I must rest for 2 days. 3 days. Although Duan Lingtian said he would rest for 3 days after he was done running, after resting for half a day and regaining his strength, he resolutely made his way to the 8th trial. The 8th checkpoint was located in a vast underground palace. After entering, one could clearly feel an ancient and weathered aura assaulting their faces. In an instant, it was as if they had been brought to an ancient era that was incomparably distant from the present day. The most eye-catching thing about this underground palace was the rows of statues that were erected neatly in the distance. These statues were of armored soldiers. There were infantrymen, spearmen, and even cavalrymen. It's quite similar to the terracotta army from my previous life. Are these statues the test of the 8th trial? The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he immediately became alert. Chapter 1783. The rows of soldier statues looked majestic from afar. Duan Lingtian glanced at them and knew the number of these soldier statues. There were at least 1,000 of them. Could it be that the test of the 8th checkpoint is to destroy them? With doubts in his heart, Duan Lingtian slowly approached the soldier phalanx in front of him. The phalanx formed by thousands of soldier statues gave Duan Lingtian an inexplicable sense of oppression. Duan Lingtian did not know how to describe this feeling of oppression. Gradually, the distance between Duan Lingtian and the soldier phalanx grew closer and closer. 500 meters. 300 meters. 100 meters. Just when he was 100 meters away from the soldier phalanx, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something. He frowned slightly and stopped moving. At the same time, Duan Lingtian clearly saw that the soldier phalanx 100 meters away seemed to have come to life in an instant. Put, put, put. A crisp sound filled the vast underground palace in the blink of an eye. The stone skin on the thousands of soldier statues began to fall off, revealing their true appearances. Soldiers of flesh and blood appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes one by one. Of course, they only looked like flesh and blood. Their eyes were blank and lifeless. They did not look like living people at all. What's going on? Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not expect these soldier statues to turn into real people. Indeed, the thousands of soldiers standing 100 meters away from Duan Lingtian looked like real people at first glance. Other than their lifeless eyes, they were no different from ordinary people. At this moment, a gust of chilly wind blew in the vast underground palace. The chilly wind was extremely strange. Even though Duan Lingtian was not a coward, he still felt a chill run down his spine. These soldiers. At the same time, when Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on the soldier phalanx again, he discovered that the originally lifeless eyes of the thousands of soldiers had now lit up with an eerie green light. As their eyes glowed with green light, they were completely alive. Thump, 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 thump. After coming back to life, the thousands of soldiers quickly moved and arranged themselves into a more orderly square formation. They were very self-aware and did not need anyone to command them. Kill, kill, kill. After rearranging into a square formation, the thousands of soldiers cried out in unison. Their voices shook the sky and the sound waves squeezed the empty space, causing it to vibrate and form ripple-like ripples that spread out. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian felt his eardrums vibrate and the blood in his body churn. However, he wasn't in the mood to pay attention to that now. This was because he realized that when the thousands of soldiers shouted, their gazes were also locked onto him. Even though Duan Lingtian had experienced a lot of ups and downs along the way, he still couldn't help but feel a little scared when he was stared at by thousands of pairs of glowing green eyes. Kill! Another cry rang out in unison. In the next instant, the thousands of soldiers made their move at the same time and charged toward Duan Lingtian. Several hundred cavalrymen took the lead and charged toward Duan Lingtian. As for the infantrymen and spearmen, they leaped into the air and flew toward him. The sabers and spears in their hands were filled with vast true origin as they shot out like a dragon out of its cave. Their target was Duan Lingtian. Several hundred infantrymen and several hundred spearmen were equivalent to several hundred sabers and several hundred spears. They traversed the sky and charged toward Duan. The thousands of soldiers' eyes glowed with green light, so no one could see the changes in their eyes. However, based on their current stance, it was obvious they would not give up until they killed Duan. Soon after, the thousands of soldiers surrounded Duan and charged toward Duan. They're all at the peak of the pristine saint stage. At the same time, Duan, who had activated his divine eye and extended his divine consciousness out, quickly discovered the cultivation base of the thousands of soldiers around him. All of them were at the peak of the pristine saint stage without exception. In the beginning, Duan did not pay much attention to these soldiers who were only at the peak of the pristine saint stage. However, horror dawned on Duan when his colossal sword bell took on the combined attack of more than 30 soldiers. How's this possible? Aren't their cultivation bases only at the peak of the pristine saint stage? The colossal sword bell that he had activated with all his might almost crumbled under the combined attack of more than 30 soldiers. If there were 10 more soldiers joining forces, my colossal sword bell would have crumbled earlier. The moment Duan thought of this, he began to panic. He realized he had underestimated his opponent. After taking a deep breath, Duan moved and dodged the attacks of the group of soldiers. He tried his best to calm himself down. After calming down, Duan observed the thousands of soldiers who surrounded him. He noticed that although the soldiers' movements seemed chaotic, there was a certain mystery behind it. The formation therein is not an ordinary formation. Their formation seems to be able to link the strength of the people around them to advance and retreat at the same time. I knew it. As the 8th and second to last trial in the Abyssal Swamp, how could it be so simple? These thousands of soldiers are much more difficult to deal with compared to the group of wild beasts in the first trial. Although the group of wild beasts in the first trial had a tacit understanding with each other, they were not organized at all. Although the thousands of soldiers in front of him were only at the peak of the pristine saint stage, each of their movements contained the mystery of the formation. It was as though they were always in a group with their companions. Since these soldiers were irrational, there was no issue of trust in their cooperation. Due to this reason, they were even more terrifying when they joined forces. If the group of wild beasts in the first trial encountered these soldiers, I'm afraid these soldiers would only need to charge a few times to annihilate the group of wild beasts. Duan did not doubt this at all. At this moment, Duan no longer dared to be careless. He no longer dared to underestimate the group of soldiers in front of him, even though each of them only had a cultivation base at the peak of the pristine saint stage. Duan would be able to easily deal with martial cultivators at the peak of the pristine saint stage who were in a state of disunity even if there were 2,000 or 3,000 of them. However, in the face of these 1,000 soldiers who had joined forces, Duan could only choose to dodge and look for an opportunity to attack. Calm down. Calm down. Duan knew very well that he would only have a chance to defeat the 1,000 soldiers in front of him if he remained calm. Put aside Duan past life, even in this life, he had also fought his way here from a remote place on the mortal continent, the Cloud Continent. Due to this reason, his battle experience was definitely not something the younger generation who was born and raised in the Dao Martial Saint Land could compare to. Due to this reason, he quickly found a way to deal with the 1,000 soldiers in the 8th trial. Calm down. Defeat them one by one. Of course, while those 2 points sounded simple, they were actually extremely difficult to accomplish. Time continued to pass by quietly. Duan body moved like the wind as he dodged the attacks of the 1,000 soldiers. He secretly activated his strange pupil in an attempt to find the weakness of these soldiers in front of him. Once he found a weakness, he would attack at lightning speed and not give his opponent a chance to catch his breath. However, it was also thanks to Duan strength that was comparable to an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator that he could rely on the strength of the Sun True origin. Otherwise, even a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage would not be able to dodge the attacks of the 1,000 soldiers in front of him. Finally, after half an hour, Duan Lingtian discovered the weakness of an independent small square formation. There were more than 30 people in this small square formation. The attack that Duan Lingtian had suffered earlier was a surprise attack from such a small square formation. In fact, the weakness of this small square formation was not obvious at all. If it was not for the fact that Duan Lingtian had activated his strange pupil, he would not have discovered it. "I'll start with all of you." Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed coldly. After being chased for half an hour without being able to fight back, he was already furious. Now that he had discovered the weakness of the small square formation, it was only natural that he would not let it go. Bush, bush, bush. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian's Sun True Origin surged out and transformed into a 3-foot-long blade. The 3-foot-long blade emitted a golden luster. From afar, it looked like a scorching sun in the sky. At this moment, this scorching sun was tightly held in Duan Lingtian's hand. Bush. The weakness of the small square formation grew bigger and bigger under the gaze of Duan Lingtian's strange pupil. At the same time, the Sun True Origin on his body also increased greatly. Immediately after, Duan Lingtian rushed into the small square formation at an extremely fast speed, exposing his entire body to the 30 soldiers in the small square formation. His actions naturally attracted the attention of over 30 soldiers, and he became the target of public criticism. "Kill!" The 30 soldiers shouted loudly. The swords and spears in their hands swept out like lightning. Although they came from different directions, when they struck out, it seemed like they were striking the same spot. The attacks of more than 30 soldiers seemed to be perfectly fused together in a mysterious way. Duan Lingtian, who was trapped in the small square formation, faced the attacks of the 30 soldiers. His expression did not change. The 3-foot-long blade in his hand glowed with sword light and shot out at an even faster speed, directly piercing between the eyebrows of one of the soldiers. This soldier was also the one who had discovered the weakness of the small square formation. Puchi. Where the sword light passed, a hideous bloody hole appeared between the soldier's eyebrows. In the next moment, the expected bloody scene did not appear. The soldier who had his eyebrows pierced and the 7-foot-long spear in his hand were vaporized at the same time. The combined attacks of the 30 soldiers were greatly weakened after killing one soldier. Duan Lingtian raised the Taiyan sword bell and completely blocked the attacks. He did not encounter too much pressure. Because of the death of that soldier, the remaining group of soldiers showed even more flaws. Duan Lingtian did not even need to use his strange pupil to discover these weaknesses. Bush, 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 bush. Chapter 1784. After annihilating a small square formation, Duan Lingtian retreated in time and gave way to the other square formations of various sizes that rushed over to support him. Then, Duan Lingtian began to use his speed advantage to wander around the square formations of various sizes. He could not interfere, and these soldiers could not touch him as well. Duan Lingtian's current speed was comparable to an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator. These soldiers could not catch up to him at all. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian repeated his old trick and destroyed the remaining square formations one by one. After spending half a day, he finally destroyed all the square formations. "I finally passed." Although Duan Lingtian had successfully passed the 8th checkpoint, he was sweating profusely. His tensed mind had also relaxed. Earlier, when faced with the attacks of the square formations of various sizes, he did not dare to be distracted at all. Huff, 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 huff. Duan Lingtian bent down and placed his hands on his knees as he gasped for breath. His face was drenched in sweat, and it fell like rain. At this moment, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. Ever since he entered the abyssal swamp until now, this was the first time Duan Lingtian was physically and mentally exhausted. For this reason, he planned to continue to the next checkpoint after resting for a day and 2 nights. In fact, after he passed the 8th checkpoint, the entrance to the 9th checkpoint had already appeared. After I passed the first checkpoint, the voice that reminded me said he'll wait for me at the last checkpoint. In other words, he'll be waiting for me at the 9th checkpoint. Who's the owner of that voice? Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with curiosity. At the same time, he also stepped into the entrance to the 9th checkpoint. The entrance to the 9th checkpoint was a circle of light. When Duan Ling Tian walked in, it was as though he had touched something. His surroundings began to undergo a drastic change. The vast underground palace gradually disappeared in front of Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Duan Ling Tian could see everything clearly. Sure enough, everything is a mirror image in the illusory matrix. I wonder what I will face in the 9th level? After the underground palace disappeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes, he was surrounded by a vast expanse of white. Finally, after a period of time, Duan Ling Tian discovered that he had appeared in a vast battle arena. Around the battle arena were rows of spectator seats. However, there was not a single person in the spectator seats. This is the 9th checkpoint? Looking at the arena beneath his feet, Duan Ling Tian revealed a look of surprise. Who am I supposed to fight with? Since there was an arena, Duan Ling Tian could naturally guess what kind of test he would face in the 9th checkpoint. It would definitely give him an opponent, and then let him fight with his opponent. Could it be the owner of that old voice? Even Duan Ling Tian did not know why such a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Once the thought arose, it was difficult to suppress it. The reason why such a thought emerged was that after he passed the first checkpoint, the voice that came into his ear once said that it would wait for him at the last checkpoint. Although I don't know who he is. Since he can send me a voice transmission like that, he must not be an ordinary person. If my opponent is him, I'm afraid I'll be doomed. Thinking of this, Duan Ling Tian had a bitter smile on his face. Although his current strength was comparable to the early Great Sage Realm Martial Cultivator, it was still not enough if he encountered the mysterious old man. While Duan Ling Tian was smiling wryly, the space in front of him began to tremble before it quickly tore open. Immediately afterward, an old cameraman walked out of the gap in the void, stood in the air, and confronted Duan Ling Tian. This was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. He wore a loose robe, but it could not hide his sturdy body. The old man was nearly 2 meters tall. As burly as he was, he stood there like a small tower. At this moment, the old man was looking at Duan Ling Tian with a smile on his face. His pair of turbid eyes quickly lit up. "Little fellow, you're very good to be able to make it here." Just when Duan Ling Tian noticed the old man spoke. His voice was exactly the same as the voice that transmitted to Duan Ling Tian previously. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian was completely certain that the old man in front of him was the old man who reminded him previously. "Senior." Facing the old man, Duan Ling Tian did not dare to be negligent. Since the old man could appear here, even if it was just a mirror image in the illusory formation, it was still worthy of his respect. How could an old man who appeared in the form of a mirror image be an ordinary person? However, the old man seemed to be a little slow. He did not react to Duan Ling Tian's greeting. Instead, he continued to say, "I told you earlier that I'll wait for you at the last checkpoint. Now you're finally here. As long as you can defeat me, my elementary devouring tactic will be yours. If you can't defeat me, then I can only say that you're not fated with the elementary devouring tactic." The old man continued to say. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian also realized that although the old man in front of him seemed to be sentient, he was actually acting according to a template. This could be seen from the fact that he did not seem to be able to see Duan Ling Tian's greeting. The old man's purpose of existence was to test Duan Ling Tian. He did not possess sentience, so he could not communicate with Duan Ling Tian. Due to this reason, the old man did not intentionally give in to Duan Ling Tian. The elementary devouring tactic he mentioned, could it be the divine ability recorded in the divine ability relic in the abyssal swamp? Duan Ling Tian's breathing quickened when he thought about the old man's words. Why did he have to go through so much trouble along the way? It was all for the sake of the divine ability. Moreover, the difficulty along the way was completely incomparable to the divine ability relic he had been to before. Due to this reason, he was 100% certain the divine ability recorded in this divine ability relic was definitely not an ordinary divine ability. Naturally, all of this was merely Duan Ling Tian's speculation. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that the divine ability relic he was exploring, the abyssal swamp, was the most mysterious divine ability relic in the mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial secret zone. It was also known as the number 1 divine ability relic. Although the people in the mystical Sky Mansion did not know what kind of divine ability was recorded in this divine ability relic, based on its difficulty, the divine ability recorded in it was definitely not simple. Due to this reason, it was also known as the number 1 divine ability. Defeat him? When Duan Lingtian regained his senses and looked at the old man again, he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, extinguishing all of his enthusiasm. Could he defeat this old man? Even if this old man was just a mirror image, he was definitely not someone he could defeat. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with bitterness. Earlier he had activated his divine eye to probe the old man, but when his divine consciousness came into contact with the old man, it was as though it had sunk into the sea. There was no response at all. Based on this, one could see how profound the old man's cultivation base was. However, when the old man spoke again, the bitterness in Duan Lingtian's heart disappeared. I'll suppress and maintain my cultivation base at the same level as yours. Since your cultivation base is at the early refined saint stage, I'll fight you with my cultivation base at the early refined saint stage. However, other than maintaining my cultivation base at the same level as yours, I'll also use the elementary devouring tactic. These were the old man's words. Early refined saint stage? Fight him with his cultivation base at the early refined saint stage? Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian was amused. He almost laughed out loud. Wait a minute. If he can imitate the Sun true origin, his true strength would be comparable to an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator. Coupled with the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, it's impossible for me to be a match for him. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, the joy that had just risen in his heart vanished completely. However, in the next moment, when he saw the true origin on the surface of the old man's body, the fire of hope reignited in his heart. This was because the true origin on the surface of the old man's body was not the Sun true origin. It was the true origin of an ordinary early refined saint stage powerhouse. If it's an ordinary person, it's impossible for him to be a match for an opponent with the same cultivation base who can cast the elementary devouring tactic. However, this is nothing to me. Duan Lingtian believed even if the elementary devouring tactic the old man cast was a high-grade divine ability, it was impossible for the old man's true origin at the early eminent saint stage to be a match for him whose strength was comparable to an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator. His strength did not rely much on his cultivation base. Instead, it relied more on the uniqueness of the Sun true origin. The Sun true origin at the early refined saint stage was comparable to the true origin of an ordinary early eminent saint stage powerhouse. The true origin of an ordinary early refined saint stage powerhouse would only be crushed when faced with the Sun true origin that had the same cultivation base. It seems that this so-called final hurdle is nothing to me. Duan Lingtian was in a good mood. Initially, he thought the final trial would be extremely difficult. Who knew things would take such a turn for the better? If it was an ordinary person who came here and encountered such a situation, perhaps he would have a headache. However, Duan Lingtian did not have a headache at all. Instead, he was secretly delighted. Although his strength is lower than mine by an entire stage, he knows how to use the elementary devouring tactic. The elementary devouring tactic is most likely a high-grade divine ability. Moreover, it's very likely that it's more powerful than ordinary high-grade divine abilities. Due to this reason, I can't be careless even if I'm 90% confident I'll win this battle. The 9th trial before him was also the final trial in the Abyssal Swamp. He could not afford to make any mistakes. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was extremely solemn. He did not dare to underestimate his opponent at all. If he were to fail miserably, who would he cry to? After a while, the true origin on the old man's body skyrocketed and spread out. In just a blink of an eye, he made his move. With just a flash, he charged toward Duan Lingtian menacingly. What a fast speed! Duan Lingtian was shocked. The speed the old man displayed was much faster than an ordinary early refined Saint stage martial cultivator. In fact, it was not much slower than an intermediate refined Saint stage martial cultivator. His movement technique is very unusual. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered this. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.